which will talk about overall revenue framework. And inside that, we'll talk about high level overview of customer accounts. So let me start sharing my screen. So we'll talk about around customer accounts, high level overview of customer accounts, and what are the domain security policies. Basically, at a high level, how security policies are there in customer accounts. Agenda for this session is to identify customer accounts at a high level, customer accounts overview and domain security policies. So what is customer accounts? Customer accounts is actually one of the functional area in Workday Financials overall. And actually it talks about overall customer account management, customer invoicing, collecting the customer invoices solution. So everything revolves around customer management. In a nutshell, we'll say about the customer accounts. So it talks about, the entire cycle when you issue your customer invoices, then you try to record payment, you try to collect the cash or collect the payment against that invoice, and then also have reporting and other functionality related to customer accounts. What are the business benefits? So overall, if you look at Workday customer accounts is very strong and it gives you all the abilities which is required for customer account features, which is basically used by accounts receivable team. So it assigns workers to customers, give them roles. So we can record customers, we can set up new customers, we can also assign workers to customers, we can define the security, we'll have access to what. We can also create intercompany invoices. So between two entities or two companies, if you want to create customer invoices, it will help you to create those customer invoices, even the intercompany invoices, and also establish the relationship between different customers. It can also help you to create profiles, so we can record new customer profiles. You can set up customers and accounts for your customers. You can invoice to the customers, you can conduct the business with them through Workday. So all the business activities can be recorded as a part of this Workday customer account. And you can also manage customer contacts and shipping information to that specific customer. This is very high level business benefits if you try to leverage customer accounts of Workday Finance. Moving on, some of the use cases here to understand where exactly this Workday customer accounts can be leveraged. It is basically billable projects and revenue solutions. It's part of that solution wherein customer accounts actually fits in. You can bill your customers, which can be billed against the project time and expense. You can create customer contracts and try to leverage that contract to bill your customer. You can also manage invoice settlements. You can settle the invoices in case of your customer refunds. You can also recognize the revenue the way that you want to follow the standards. So this is how some of the use cases where Workday customer accounts can be leveraged. Moving on, what is customer account domain security policies? So, so domain security policy basically it talks about all the security policies related to this functional area, which is customer account. Domain in Workday is basically behind the scene one of the security component. So there are primarily two components in Workday security. One is domain, which holds all the business objects of the Workday, and business process. Business process talks about the workflow or the approval workflow drives that specific transaction within that functional area. So domain actually talks about the security to access those tasks, reports related to that functional area. And what are those security policies, meaning permissions, who can access those tasks or reports within that functional area. For example, if you want to create customer invoice, if you want to create new record of customer, then there are some tasks in Workday customer account, for example, create customer or create customer invoice. So those tasks are accessible only to certain roles and security. And if you don't have those security, then you will not be able to access those tasks or reports, which is part of that domain. So domain is basically a group of all the objects within that functional area, which controls your security. And it is basically out of box Workday delivered domains. And security policies are also there, but those are configurable. You can configure your Workday security model based on your security needs. So we'll talk about this what is this domain security policy and what are the permissions we can give under customer accounts. So there are security groups given by Workday, and you can also create your own custom security groups. So these security groups actually helps you to drive your overall access, and then you can also view and modify specific domains in order to implement your security policies. So if you look at in a nutshell, these are the key aspects of domain security policies for customer accounts, or for that matter, for any functional area within Workday Finance. It will drive your access control. It will help you to define whether to view or modify access given to that specific set of groups. You can also specify a granular level of permissions, whether to give any specific entity level access, whether to give specific report level access. So all these securities can be driven by domain security policies and reporting policies. There are functional grouping, basically the functional areas which Workday has given you. According to that, domains and business processes are grouped together. And also hierarchical structure is there. So in case suppose you want to have companies and companies rolls up to different hierarchies, or if you have, let's say, revenue categories which has certain level of structure of hierarchical, so you can define these security policies at a different level in order to derive the security policies from top to bottom. And hierarchical structure is very useful and efficient in terms of implementing security. And configuration is basically all these domain security policies are configurable based on your business needs. So let's see in the tenant how it will look. So this is how the Workday tenant will look like in the beginning. It's a home page. The image can be configurable based on the client needs, but overall this is how the structure is. Here right hand side you'll have profile options, you have notification bell. Here right hand side you have inbox, my task which are pending for your action, and then you can also scroll down here, talk about you want to see any awaiting action items on you, you'll see here. There are some announcements right side, and this is also home page can be configured based on your need. So let's talk about your customer account domain security policies. So this is a search bar in Workday tenant. A search bar is given where you can type in your initials of the task or the report that you want to access, and it will automatically show you the task name. So for example, if you want to create customer, then you will just say create customer. So with initial few letters, you can easily get the output or the results related to the search, and you can just pick up specific task or report you want to pick. So this is how you will be searching for specific task or the report in your search bar. And once you locate that specific task, you can click on that create customer task, and it will show you the page where you can create. So this is how search bar can be used to access the task or the report. So let's talk about now domain security policies. So we talk about functional areas that Workday provides you. For example, you have financial accounting, customer accounts, then supplier accounts, expenses. So there are different functional areas Workday gives you, which you can also see with the help of a report called functional area. So if you type in functional area, you will see top report name functional area. If you click on that, it will show you there are 128 items. So basically, based on different Workday solutions or the product that Workday gives, every solution will have some functional areas here in the second column, and the description of this functional area, whether that functional area is enabled or not in your tenant. And then the rightmost two columns talks about domains and business processes. So let's try to search our customer account functional area, select filter, and you'll see now at the right side, it is enabled in this tenant, and you can leverage this functionality. Now, if you look at here, there are multiple domains that Workday gives you, and based on these grouping of these domains, the security is also grouped by. That gives you flexibility which domain or which specific objects you want to give access to any specific set of groups. So if you look at, there are more than 60 plus domains here, and yeah, you have different domains like manage the customer invoice. If you expand this, and you will see that customer invoice, canceling, change, collection, core, other. So different functionalities within customer invoice area itself has been segregated in different domains, and security can be given as per that functionality. There is overpayment, there is refund, and then there is also reporting setup. In order to set up customer accounts, you can give access by this domain, set up sales item, you can give access to this. So these domains actually, if you look at, let's talk about one domain here, sales item. So this sales item talks about setting up sales items. So basically it talks about a domain provides access to setup of sales items and view related reporting. So in order to set up sales item, you need to have access based on this domain. So this is a domain drives access to create sales item. And if you look at here domain security policy, you can go inside this by clicking on this icon, and you'll see that the permissions and security is been part of this domain. So here you talk about domain security policy, which is basically driving setup of sales item, and who all are have access to setup. Scroll down, you'll see that these are the security groups. If you look at here, finance admin, implementer, sales item admin have view access here as well as modify access. So view access means you can just view, you cannot modify or update that setup. Modify is yes, that means you are able to edit, create, modify sales items. So these are the security groups you should have access to in order to create sales item. And controller and finance auditor have only view only access. They cannot modify sales item. That's how it is structured. So every functional area will have different domains, and domains will hold of tasks and reports, and then those domains will have these permissions whether view or modify by security groups. And each of these security groups the users will be assigned to, and that is how domain security policy works. So if you can just go back, this set sales item holds of data sources access, then instance sets, then reports and tasks. So if you look at here, create sales item, edit sales item. So these are list of reports and tasks which this domain particularly drives access to. And then there are some web services from a integration point of view. So this is how web services, reports, tasks, data sources, different base business objects are part of this sales item setup domain. And Workday gives you an ability where these security policies will be given access to these objects which are part of this domain. That is how domain security policy works. So if you don't have any of this security group, then you will not be able to create or maintain sales item. All right. So let's go back to our slides. All right. So yeah, there are multiple domains which we talked about earlier, and every domain will have similar structure, which will have security policy and some of the objects. Now that's how you can configure your security policy permissions, whether it's view or modify for that security groups. So this is how it covers first topic of identify customer account domain security policies. Now let's jump on to our next topic within this module, which is create and modify sales item. So assuming that you have required access, as we already talked about in our previous slides and tenant session, you will be able to create as well as modify sales item. So let's see how to create and modify sales item. In this session, we'll talk about what is sales item and how we can create sales items. Sales items are basically goods or services that you sell to your customers. So let's take an example. Let's say you want to implement Workday Finance, and you want to implement Workday Finance customer accounts for, let's say, HP. HP, you know that HP has many products. Okay. And let's take an example of selling laptops, right? So if you want to implement Workday Finance customer account functional area for HP company, where as a HP is selling laptops or any other products to customers, in that case, you'll be configuring sales items as laptops or any of the products that HP delivered or sells to the customers. So this is just a one quick example. What are the sales items? So it can be goods or the services that as a company selling to your customer. Obviously, this is an ERP, and ERP is implemented to medium, small scale, or large scale companies or the industries, for which customer accounts actually the functional area which helps you to manage your customer services, which includes goods and services selling to your customer, right? And that is how sales items used for. And they are actually central object for managing your contracts as well as your bills or the invoices as well as your revenue accounting. So basically, whenever you are going into a long-term agreement with your customer in order to sell your goods or services, you'll be creating customer contracts. Within that customer contracts, you'll be leveraging sales items. As well as if you are not going for a long-term, for a short-term billing, then you'll be creating customer invoices to bill to your customer. On your customer invoices as well, you will be using sales items, which sales items you are selling to your customer. Even for revenue accounting point of view, sales items can be leveraged for specific revenue accounting treatment. So in a nutshell, sales items are central object in order to manage your overall customer billing. What are the key attributes? So we'll be talking about how to manage, how to create sales items and how to modify sales items. So there are some tasks given by Workday. Create sales item as well as edit sales item, which is helping to create any new sales items as well as to edit and update existing sales items. It can have two units of measure, for example, number of users and time to define how they are packaged and sold. So depending on what type of sales item you want to configure for your client, you can leverage unit of measure, and that unit of measure can be based on what sales item you are going to configure. When selected on a contract, so whenever you are selecting sales item on your contract line, whatever pre-configured information is there as a part of your sales item configuration, it gets auto-populated on your contract line. So this is again a very good feature wherein while creating your sales item, there are different defaults or configuration items or the fields that you can define upfront. So whenever this sales item is getting used on your contract or maybe on your invoice, then all other related fields can be auto defaulted automatically, which will faster your data entry as a part of this configuration. So we'll see that later in the 10 and how it works. Let's talk about all of the features and understanding of sales item. So there are two ways to organize your sales catalog, right? If as a customer where for which you want to implement this customer account, and if that customer or client has many sets of sales items, good services selling to the customers, in that case definitely grouping and bundling comes in picture, very handy and efficient way of managing sales item. So there are two ways. One is sales item groups and one is sales item bundles. This table talks about the differences between when to use and how to use groups versus bundles. So if you look at sales item groups, what is the purpose? Basically to make searching of the sales item easier. So there is a sales item groups which you can make that sales item part of so that it will be very easy to search using the item groups itself rather than specific sales item. So item groups are used for searching purpose, whereas sales item bundles is used to combine your multiple items together from a selling point of view as a single unit. All right. Membership sales item can be part of more than one groups, whereas bundle contains multiple individual sales items. All right. So bundle basically has multiple sales items altogether, whereas item group can also have multiple sales item, but in a nutshell, sales item can be part of more than one group. Example is given here that a laptop can be part of both groups, laptops as well as office supplies, right? Whereas a bundle where it talks about new hire starter kit, it will have laptop, monitor, license, all other related to a new hire. It will be a bundle. So in this case, you'll be having only one bundle, which is related, grouping related sales items, and then you'll not have a duplicate bundle. It will have again a same sales item. From a billing point of view, obviously groups are not used for billing, whereas bundle is used for billing. So you bill one line item in a single group price on your invoice. So you'll be using the bundle instead of a sales item in order to bill. Sales items groups are not leveraged for revenue, whereas sales item bundle is used for revenue accounting, a revenue recognition for each sales item within that bundle. So it is clearly differentiating between when to use groups, when to use bundles with the help of this table. All right, so before creating sales items, there are some prerequisites. Basically, we need to have important revenue categories. We'll also talk about more in detail what is revenue category and how to create it. But since you want to create sales item, the prerequisite is we need to leverage existing revenue categories. We have some of the existing revenue categories in the tenants. We can leverage them to create sales item. And as we discussed earlier, we need to have a security access. If you don't have access to security of creating a new sales item, then you will not be able to access the task or the reports, and then you will not be able to create it. So these are the two primary prerequisites. The revenue category has to be there, and you need to have a security in place so that you can access and create sales item or edit sales item. Before creating, let's jump into a tenant, and then we'll talk about this also again quickly. So the task name to create sales item is create sales item. So if you look at here, first task is create sales item. If you click on this task, it will open up a new page which will help you to do a data entry. So now if you look at here, sales item tab has name, alternate name, description, identifier group, and if you look at here, the red asterisk basically indicates that those are mandatory fields. So as a part of prerequisite, you have access to this task. That's where you are able to access create sales item page, and there has to be have at least one revenue category, right? And then there are some additional checkboxes here that will go through. Second tab is also there, sales item pricing. It talks about your unit of measure, pricing, cost, and then there are some defaults that you can mention here as a part of sales item, which will get auto defaulted on your contract or line of invoice based on this default configuration. There are related work tags. We'll also talk about this, which gives you again a defaulting of work tag. So for example, for this sales item, you want to default a line of business or a cost center, then you can select any specific value from this so that you are saying that whenever this sales item is used on this contract or invoice, then it will automatically default values for line of business as well as cost center. So this is again very useful defaulting configuration to make it very efficient data entry on your transaction. And if you are leveraging bundles, then sales items in bundle will be editable. So this is just a high level walkthrough, and let's talk about each and every fields which are gonna use for creating sales item. So as we already saw, there are multiple attributes on sales item. One of the important was revenue category. So revenue category, it is mandatory field while creating sales item. It actually associates your sales item with revenue category. And then whenever you're selecting this sales item either on your contract on your customer line, customer invoice line, it will also automatically auto-populate revenue category along with sales item. And this revenue categories can be leveraged to drive your accounting treatment. So whichever ledger account, revenue ledger accounts you want to populate based on different revenue categories, you can leverage this revenue category in your account posting rules to post to specific revenue ledger account. That's how revenue categories are used for. There is also a commodity code you can associate with sales item for classification purposes. So commodity code is again based on certain standards. You can maintain the commodity codes, which are codes to specific sales items, which is used for your classification as well as reporting purpose. And sales item is bundle. Is this options used for grouping your multiple sales item into a single bundle. So as we talked about earlier, if it is a new hire starter kit bundle, you'll have grouping of laptop, charger, your any other licensing, so any other sales items that you can group under a single bundle. So so that you can bill to your entire bundle on a contract line and still recognize your revenue for each and every sales item within that bundle. Fulfillment required is again one of the configuration on sales item. It is used to track record orders that are fulfilled against your contract line. So if you are checking this checkbox, whether its fulfillment is required or not, it will enable you to recognize revenue and generate billing for both partially as well as completely filled orders. So whatever orders are coming you coming to you, and you are maintaining your customer contract on which the orders are getting tracked. So based on that, fulfillment is required. You can say that for this sales item, fulfillment is required, and accordingly orders will get filled, and accordingly billing and revenue recognition will be done. Next configuration is classification. Is again in order to categorize this specific sales item, whether it's goods or services, you can use this classification. It is again a very important from your reporting, tax reporting point of view. Even from a tax defaulting rules point of view, you can leverage this classification. This is very important from a tax standpoint. Then if you remember, we also have a sales item pricing and another tab on your sales item. So on this sales item pricing tab, you can set up standard pricing as well as enable bulk quantity pricing to offer different prices based on quantity sold. So there are different prices based on number of different quantities. If it is higher quantity, then less price, less quantity, then higher price. That is how whenever there is a bulk order is coming in place. So you can manage that pricing on the sales item tab. You can also define currency in order to convert your price based on your transaction currency on your invoice. And there are some defaults, as we saw that what are the default values you can populate if this sales item is used on your contract or invoice. So there are some billing and project related templates you can configure, and based on your sales item, you can easily associate that sales item to specific billing template or a project template which is used for your consolidating billing schedules, and it will help you to generate project when the item is sold. So let's go back to tenant and we'll see that you will give sales item name here. Alternate name is optional. You can also define additional description of your sales item. You can also give sales item identifier a specific code. The group that we talked about. So group is basically for searching purpose only. You can define multiple groups separately first and then come here and tag it. There are out of box sales item groups available: O, A, B, C, D, learning, prepaid, subscription. So you can tag one sales item to multiple sales item groups, right? Then revenue category, as we saw, it is important mandatory field. So there are some existing revenue categories, and you can say that this is a hardware revenue category. Sales item is a bundle. So if you want to make this sales item as a part of any bundle, you will just check this checkbox. Then you cannot have quotable or fulfillment requirement. It will be part of bundle. And then you will come to your last tab. You will see this is editable, and now you can have multiple sales item coming up here, which will be part of your bundle automatically. Then classification we saw, whether it's goods or services or based on your business needs, we can configure classifications, but typically good services are good enough. Then we'll talk about this sales item pricing. So this is how unit of measure is used for. So for laptop, obviously it's just each is applicable, but based on what you're selling, you will be putting the unit of measure accordingly. And you can also leverage two sets of unit of measures if needed. If you are talking about enable bulk quantity pricing, then you can mention unit of measure priced at a quantity. For this quantity, this is the unit of measure priced. What is the currency? You can define currency. Your unit cost, unit price can be leveraged here. And sales item defaults. So this is basically any billing template, project template, line type, all the contract billing and revenue recognition related defaults are given here. Based on this sales item, you can default the values and it will automatically carry over those default values on your contract billing. So if you look at here, we talked about defaults or automation. So it basically very useful and powerful functionality, which is helpful for your automated way of data entry. So billing and project templates you can define as a default values. A revenue treatment you can define. You can set the based on your revenue treatment or revenue accounting needs. You can select the revenue treatment here, right? You can automatically populate deferred revenue selection on contract invoices with the help of this revenue treatment. Multiple element revenue allocations. If you want to explicitly exclude sales item from these calculations or configure this treatment within the multiple element arrangement, you can definitely leverage this. So if you look at here, a revenue treatment, whether it is related to deferred revenue, accrued revenue, or invoicing, or any of the revenue recognition schedule template, exclude from a revenue allocation. So all these options are available in order to automate your data entry easily. Leveraging sales item as work tag. So work tag is, if you look at here, there are different work tags. We'll talk about work tags, what is work tag and how it is used. But in a nutshell, I'll say that work tags are not basically again some of the configurable items within Workday which can be used for your reporting purpose, for tagging purpose on your transaction. For example, we saw that, right? You have your channel, your line of business, cost center, we defaulted. So this related work tags is again a very useful tool or a area where whenever I'm selecting a sales item HP laptop, then on a transaction, line of business and cost center will also get auto defaulted. So these are related work tags for which you can configure what default values can be auto populated on your transaction automatically whenever the selection of sales item is there on the transaction. So basically from a data integrity point of view, this is very useful tool in a nutshell, meaning the configuration page which can be very useful, that this is what you want to ensure that cost center has to be populated, line of business has to be populated. So this default related work tags ensures your data integrity, and then if users misses to populate those fields, then this related work tags basically ensures that it is not going to miss and data integrity gets intact. So sales item as an object, sales item itself is an actually a work tag. So whenever if you are creating a transaction, then specific sales item can be tagged and this can be treated as a work tag. Automated work tag population, that we already saw, related work tag tab, where other related work tags that you can configure, and if you want to default specific values for those related work tags, then you can default the values so that whenever the sales item gets selected on transaction, automatically other related work tags gets populated on the transaction. So here work tag precedence, how it works. So in the same example, if you are defaulting the value for cost center, then and if sales item is also part of a revenue category. Now revenue category is also work tag and it also has related work tag. So if suppose whenever you are selecting sales item, then a revenue category also gets auto populated, and revenue category as well as sales item both have related work tag as cost center common. Then which, and both have default values for cost center, then which of the cost center will gets precedence? It is based on the granularity of the setup. So sales item actually the granular level, revenue categories at a broader level. Okay. So if there is a cost center value defaulted on a revenue category related work tag level and there is no value at sales item level, then revenue category will get displayed. But at a sales item related work tag configuration level, if cost center default value is given, then that gives you a precedence. So even though revenue category related work tag cost center will have default value, sales item related work tag cost center will get precedence because that's at a granular level. It will override, and on transaction, that cost center from sales item will get auto populated. That is how work tag precedence works. How to modify sales item? So let's quickly have a simple sales item created. Important or mandatory fields are basically only item and your revenue category. If you say okay, it is created, right? HP laptop is created. You can copy this value. Now, in order to modify, you can use edit sales item task and search for your item. Okay, it is not getting searched. So let's search by our revenue category. Sometimes this enter button on sales item doesn't work, and hence you need to manually go through menu navigation to select your sales item. Say okay. So now if you look at, it is again coming back as an editable mode. Then you can modify your any other configuration for this sales item and again save it. It will update the sales item. So let's see, from modifying perspective, it's again a very critical item because don't think this as a very simple data entry and update task. Sales item is actually a master data object. So it's actually part of your master configuration, right? From your customer account point of view. So we have to be very careful while making changes to the sales item. If it is very minor change, that is absolutely fine. But if it is major change, then it is going to have a downstream impact to your future transactions in your customer invoices, customer accounts, customer contracts. Because everywhere sales item is getting used, and if you're making changes, then future transactions will get impacted with the changes that you're going to make. All right. So we have to be very careful while making updates to the sales item. We already saw that edit sales item task is used to modify your sales item. Key areas. So important points that whenever you are making changes, we need to consider these key areas and their implications. For example, revenue category. As we saw, our revenue category is mandatory field. But if you're changing the revenue category itself on your sales item, it is going to be a major impact because the revenue category drives your revenue accounting. And if you're changing the revenue category itself, then that means whatever ledger account posting associated to that new revenue category, it is going to impact that way. So you need to be very, very careful what revenue category you're going to update and what ledger account it is associated with it. That's why there is an impact on your revenue posting and it is going to impact your financial statements too. So whenever you are updating revenue category, there is going to be a core accounting impact downstream. So we need to be very careful while updating revenue category. Second important key area is pricing, price list. Modifying the price list is going to affect cost on your new contracts because prior, if you are increasing the price or decreasing the price, it is going to impact overall cost for your new contracts for that sales item. Even while changing the fair value price list, it is going to impact your revenue allocation calculation whenever there is a multi-element deals. So because multi-element deals will have different elements, different sales items, your sales item price is getting impacted. So that overall calculation for revenue allocation is also going to impact because of price change. So this is again a very important implication that we need to consider while making any changes to your sales item price. Overall product structure, we already talked about groups and bundles, right? So any changes in bundle contents going to change your overall offering of your product of that single bundle. Even modifying a group, it's actually not going to impact much because as we already saw, group is only used for your searching reporting purpose. So if you're making changes in the group, sales item group, it is going to be a very lower risk because it is going to impact your searchability and reporting only. Nothing around calculation, nothing around your accounting. Intercompany settings. So we haven't seen it yet, but we'll see it later point in time. In terms of intercompany, you need to map your sales item with your purchase item. So any changes in the mapping between sales item and purchase item, it is going to impact intercompany transactions for sure. And it is going to automatically generate intercompany transactions and hence overall downstream impact on your intercompany transaction is going to happen if you are making mapping changes. Some of the best practices while updating or modifying your sales items are do this impact analysis first. As we already saw, there is going to be impact downstream if you're making changes. Then before editing, analyze that downstream impact on your existing contracts, on your existing pricing model, or your accounting person rules. If there is a minimal impact, then go ahead and make this modification. If it is very important change and it has that impact, then you need to revise all these transactions as well as consider all the setup changes accordingly. Again, second important best practice is create new rather than modifying existing sales item. If you're thinking that you have to make some changes, then instead of updating the sales item, you can go ahead and create a new sales item altogether and inactivate the old item. So creating a new one will preserve your historical data integrity and it is going to have any very minor corrections. So that is again one of the best practice that you can follow in case of modifying sales item. Communicate changes. So obviously if you're making change to the sales item, which is your master config, and it will have downstream impact, we have to have notify the relevant stakeholders from your AR team, accounting team, from sales and finance, especially for any of the modifications in order to avoid any operational or reporting surprises at the end in your production tenant. So that communication training has to happen beforehand before this stage is going in your production. So that's it about our modifying the sales item. So we earlier we talked about how to create sales item and how to modify sales item, right? So for that chapter, we also have a lab activity. So I'm sharing my screen. So if you look at here, it's a lab activity. It talks about how to create sales items. Okay. And we already discussed that prerequisites for creating sales items would be revenue categories. So if your tenant have existing revenue categories, you can use existing revenue categories. And then you should also have security access. So we discuss about setup sales item domain, and we need to have access to this domain. You can create sales item for either goods or services, and then can categorize that sales item by revenue category for billing and revenue accounting purpose. So steps are basically access this task called create sales item and then complete the task. So we already saw how to create sales items. And then if you look at down, each and every field has been explained here. What is revenue category, enabling bulk quantity pricing. This we already discussed. So each and every field on that page, which is most commonly used, has been explained here. And you can create, but based on your need, you can fill in those optional fields. So just to revise the revenue category, basically it gets associated to your sales item and it can be used on your contract or invoice. Enable bulk quantity pricing. It's basically when you have to record bulk quantity sales item, then you will enable it, and then you can also have a price based on quantity. Unit of measure price at quantity. So if you enable the bulk quantity, enter the unit of measure for the sales item. Currency as applicable for the sales item, you can give. Sales item in a bundle is a bundle. So as we already discussed, in case there is the example that we talk about, the new starter kit has multiple sales items. So if this sales item is one of them, this will automatically add this sales item in the bundle. Then fulfillment required. So we already talked about this to track the fulfillment against contract line. Contact line type. So this is again in case you want to auto default the contact line type whenever the sales item gets selected. Accordingly, it can be selected. Purchase item mapping. So in case of intercompany, you can define what is corresponding purchase item for the sales item. The rest all are actually to be default values whenever the sales item gets selected on our contract or on the transaction. Rest all of these default values are getting auto populate rest of the fields on the transaction, which are actually optional. So just to show you how it is going to look like, create sales item is a task name that you will be selecting. Once you select this task, you will see that the red asterisk marks, those are mandatory fields, and the rest all are optional fields. So just for the sake of quick creation of sales item, you can say that new laptop. So this is my sales item, and then corresponding revenue category you can select, which is related to the laptops. So in case we have, let's select the one which is for technology, seminars or warranties and support. All other fields are optional. You can play around on these fields and see how it works, but those are not mandatory. Even sales item pricing we have, this is again when you are going for bulk quantity, you can go for this. Rest all are defaults which are optional. You can play around and select any of these fields and then select this sales item on a contract and see that the respective fields are getting auto defaulted. Related work tag we already saw. In case a related work tag, let's say business unit, region, program or cost center, is you're defaulting the value. So whenever we are selecting the sales item, then the cost center, if you're giving example, let's say ABC defaulting here, then same cost center value gets auto defaulted on your transaction, basically on contract or invoice whenever you are selecting the sales item. Sales item in bundle, if it is part of bundle, it is going to display here. So most of this stuff is for additional recording, tracking and defaulting purpose. You can just say okay and your sales item gets created. You'll see that it is created. You can say done, that's it. So you're done with your activity first, create sales item. So let's move on to the next topic. So our next topic, topic 3, is more on revenue categories, create and modify revenue categories. For this topic, we'll be looking into what is revenue category, how to create revenue category, how to modify revenue category, and how can we manage revenue category. So what is revenue category? Revenue category is a fundamental classification. This is mainly used to define what type of goods and services company is going to sell. So obviously we are talking from a customer account point of view. So what company is going to sell, the categorization of your either your goods or services is getting categorized as a help of revenue category. So revenue category is very important work tag in or the configuration in Workday customer account, which drives your accounting, right? So it's again one of the reporting element which is used to classify your fundamental what you're going to sell, either goods or services. It's a critical component for your financial architecture. So it is a bridge between commercial operations and financial accounting. So what it means is basically a revenue category we select on a transaction that this is what goods or services company is going to sell, and it is also going to be used to derive your revenue accounting or customer account related accounting with the help of this revenue category. So it's a bridge between the transaction as well as accounting. Your proper configuration of revenue categories is essential. So as we discuss, it is actually used for your automation of accounting, simplified reporting, and enabling your work tag functionality. So everything revolves around revenue category. So it is very, very important that your revenue category configuration is proper as per your business need. You can categorize sales item by revenue category. So we already saw that while creating sales item, we have to associate sales item with revenue category. And there's only one item to one revenue category that you can define while creating sales item. So these revenue categories can be grouped under hierarchies too. So if you're having, for example, while creating a sales item, we selected revenue category as warranties and support, right? So that revenue category can be grouped under a revenue category hierarchy. Overall, let's say a maintenance. So maintenance and support. So that we can create as a hierarchy and under which we can have multiple revenue categories associated to the maintenance and support. So revenue category hierarchy is also additional configuration we can use to configure to group together related revenue categories. Most importantly, revenue categories are used in account posting rules. So this is how actually revenue categories will derive the accounting. So there is a configuration in Workday which is called actually account posting rules, which defines which ledger account it will get posted. And in that configuration, we'll be using revenue categories, and we'll see when we'll look at account posting rules how we can leverage revenue categories to drive the accounting for sales items to specific ledger account posting. And hence revenue categories a very good element or very important element in order to define all these related functionalities in customer accounts. The revenue allocation rules is also there. So before going to these rules, let's see how revenue category looks like in the tenant. So in order to create new revenue category, you will select task called create revenue categories. You will search for this task. You will select this task. Then you will give this revenue category name. Let's say maintenance. And tax applicability, if you want to default, it's again optional. And then spend category mapping for every revenue category. We can associate spend category in case of only intercompany. So only in case of intercompany transactions, you'll be using this spend category mapping. Otherwise, it is not required. Again, classifications by default Workday gives you whether it's a goods or services. You can select this, but again, this is for reporting purpose. And then related work tags, again, like sales item we had seen related work tags, every configuration would see related work tags. So whenever we are selecting this revenue category on transaction, corresponding related work tags can also be auto defaulted. So if I'm selecting, let's say, region as America West here. So what I'm actually giving instructions that whenever I'm going to select this maintenance as a revenue category on my transaction, the region on that transaction also gets auto defaulted to America West. This is what I'm actually defining here. This is again very important from in order to maintain the data integrity and in order to avoid data entry errors. Let's see what is this error. So if you look at now, this says the default work tag is required and must have a value. So on this sales site, on this revenue category, on a tenant level, we have mentioned that line of business is a default required. Okay, this is again configurable. It is not mandatory that it is Workday is not defaulting it as mandatory, but based on our configuration, In this tenant, it says that while creating revenue category, line of business is a required field and it should have some value. So this drives you again ensuring that line of business has to have for every revenue category. Then you can configure related work tag as required for revenue category and you can default the values. When you say okay, it will get saved. So let's go back to our revenue allocation rules. So while creating sales item, we definitely actually relate this sales item with revenue category, right? So using maintain fair value price list report, we can also maintain the relationship with sales item and calculate our fair value pricing based on relationship. So this is again a separate configuration that we'll see after this slide. It is used to maintain the relationship of sales item. We can configure revenue allocation rules to handle exceptions at sales item level using setup revenue allocation configuration. So this is revenue allocation rules, and in order to maintain relationship as well as handling the exceptions, we'll be using this task. So let's see this task quickly. Revenue allocation configuration. Revenue allocation. So if you look at how to create revenue allocation rule is what we'll be using, but create will be using, but we'll just see what is the existing rule. Okay, there are no existing rules. So let's see how we can create rule. So if you look at here, you will be giving a name. You will also be giving any lower range percentage, upper range percentage, on what basis allocation would be. And this is again based on fair value, lower range, middle range, upper range. And then you will also be defining here for what company, for what price list, the allocation. And then you will be also overriding at a line level if you want to override a sales item based on this group. Okay. So we'll skip this allocation rule group at the moment and we'll see setup revenue allocation configuration. So if you look at here, it's again a similar page and you'll be also defining for which company, for which price list, the allocation will be used, and then corresponding sales items you'll be putting as a line over defaults. So you don't have a lab activity actually, so we'll not be covering this rule configuration. Moving on creating revenue category. Creating new revenue category is more than just adding labels. So as we already saw, we need to define tax applicability, corresponding spend category, the related work tax, right? So there are additional fields that we can define. Process is typically initiated using create request. So as implementer, you can define using create revenue category task new revenue categories. But from once the client is live, if you want to, if any user from a AR department wants to have a new revenue category, so typically the create request task is used through which users request for new revenue category and then they will select revenue category work tag request and request, and then that gets through an approval chain. Once it's approved, then whoever is supporting Workday, that team would create a revenue category. That's how once the Workday is live, it works how we can create the revenue categories. Key consideration during modification. So we saw how to create revenue categories, but we also understand that it is used for reporting purpose, it is used to determine accounting, it is used to maintain your transactions and tag whether it's what kind of goods or services sales. So it is very important, or the key considerations to be considered when you modify the revenue category, right? Business justification. There has to be a business justification while modifying any revenue category. The classification we saw is it goods or services, then it is going to impact if you are modifying any revenue category. It drives the accounting logic. So we need to understand if you are modifying any revenue category details, then is there an impact on your accounting? Intercompany mapping. So are you impacting or are you updating any spend category corresponding to revenue category? Then it is going to impact your intercompany mapping. Then you need to understand that well and then accordingly modify revenue category and enabling as a work tag. So it is obviously a revenue category has to be enabled as a work tag. There are also related work tags which are used for auto defaulting on your transaction. So these are the key considerations it has to be considered during any modifications to revenue category. So modifying existing revenue category is very sensitive as we already discussed and requires a careful consideration that we saw what all considerations you can keep in mind while modifying any revenue category to avoid any downstream impact. Modifications can initiate it through create request. So this is very common way of requesting a creation or modification to the revenue category also using create request. And you can, as a user, once Workday is live, they can look for edit revenue category tasks and look for modification to the revenue category. So as we saw, it drives accounting, right? So there is an impact on posting rules, account posting rules, which actually derives your ledger account posting. So this has to be considered your historical data integrity. So in case currently your revenue categories is ABC and now you're changing the label itself. So if that is going to impact your historical data. So historical transactions which are already there in tenant, it is those are not going to make any changes. So those will have impact. So historical data integrity, you need to ensure that going forward, future transactions will have some changes that you're making in revenue category. So is it fine from reporting point of view? Historical data had different revenue category structure, and going forward, you'll have a different revenue category. So that has to be considered if you're inactivating or deleting. So obviously, if you have used revenue category, then you and if you are not required that revenue category anymore in future, then you can definitely can inactivate. You cannot delete it. If you have not used that revenue category, then definitely you can delete. So that consideration has to be there. Hierarchy management, obviously, if you are inactivating, deleting, or any making any modifications, then consider the corresponding roll up of that revenue category to revenue category hierarchy and see is there any changes to be done in your hierarchy elsewhere. So managing the corresponding revenue category hierarchies has to be considered during any modifications to revenue category. So before managing category, user must have security. So that we already saw, like for sales item, we need to have a security access, right? Similarly, for creating and managing revenue categories, you need to have access to set up revenue category, set up a revenue category domain. So these are the two setup related domains. If you have access, then you can manage revenue categories. The core purpose for revenue categories is to create reports. So obviously, if you're tagging revenue category on your revenue transactions, on contracts, invoices, so while creating reports, you can use for grouping purpose revenue streams for analysis. Revenue category can be used for reporting purpose. You can have a pivot by revenue category. You can have a grouping at a revenue category hierarchy level to understand the revenue and do a further analysis. To simplify searches, it is making it very easy to find and filter transaction based on what type of revenue it is. So while searching revenue transactions, you can also use revenue category as a filter to locate your specific transaction. Routing accounting that we already saw, that revenue category is used in account posting rules to determine your revenue ledger account posting. So automatically routing transaction to a specific ledger account, it is possible with the help of revenue category by using it in condition in account posting rules. So it is used for deriving ledger account posting accounting. Function as work tag. So obviously a revenue category itself is a work tag and it can be tagged on your transaction. It can also drive your population of other related work tags that we already saw. The configuration and key attributes, if you look at while creating revenue category, we saw that there are additional key components on your create revenue category task. Classification and tax. So classification we saw it is used to classify your category whether it's goods or services, and it is mainly used for your tax reporting and applying correct tax defaulting rules. So classification field we saw on your create revenue category task, it is used to classify as well as to default your tax defaulting. Default tax applicability is again we saw. So it has an ability where if you're selecting revenue category, then tax applicability can be defaulted with the help of this configuration. So if you're creating a custom invoice and you're using this revenue category, it will be also defaulting the tax applicability and it will derive your customer tax rates to calculate tax. Intercompany transactions, again we saw that spend category mapping is there. So for this corresponding revenue category, if you want to map spend category, that means this revenue category can be used for your intercompany transactions. So if you select any specific spend category, then revenue category is enabled for your intercompany transactions. It can be used specifically for direct intercompany transactions to automate the creation of buy side of transaction when sell side is initiated. So whenever the custom invoices get created and you're using this revenue category, which is enabled for intercompany, then whenever corresponding supplier invoice gets created at a buy side, then Workday knows that corresponding spend category to be pulled in that supplier invoice automatically. So this is how intercompany transaction derives spend category and revenue category. Lifecycle management, again we saw inactive, so checkbox is allowing to inactivate your revenue category, and this will disable from appearing from search results, from the prompt results, from the work tag list on any new transaction. So whenever if you are inactivating any revenue category, it will not appear on these areas, effectively retiring the category without deleting the historical data. So you are not deleting revenue category, and it will also help to report out of historical data effectively by retiring or inactivating revenue category. You are ensuring that there is no going to impact on your historical data. Functionality as work tag, a related work tags we saw. Whenever even a category is used as a work tag, it also has a related work tags also. So when this revenue category is used on a transaction like contract or invoice, corresponding related work tags, for example, cost center that we saw or a region that we saw, it will get auto-populated on the transactions. It will be helpful for data consistency and reducing manual entry errors. Hierarchy, we touch base on revenue category hierarchies, right? So revenue category hierarchies are used for grouping your similar revenue categories, and it is used for reporting purpose as well as determining your accounts. So reporting purpose, obviously, if you are using revenue category hierarchies for reporting purpose, it will give you more group data to analyze your revenue balances. So for financial statements and analysis purpose, revenue category hierarchies can be used in your reporting. And in addition to revenue category at a granular level, if there are, let's say, 10 revenue categories under one revenue category hierarchy, and all of them will have a similar accounting treatment or similar accounting determination, then instead of listing down 10 revenue categories in your account posting rules, it is obviously easy to maintain and specify revenue category hierarchy, so that in future also it will be less maintenance and less impact. In future, if you are adding some more revenue categories in hierarchy, then also same accounting determination will be applicable to those newly added revenue categories. So revenue category hierarchies are also useful in such scenarios to determine your accounts in your account posting rules. So as a Workday best practice, it is always recommend to go for revenue category hierarchies in your account posting rules while determining accounts instead of revenue categories wherever it's applicable. So that's it from a revenue category point of view. So let's jump on our lab activity of revenue category. So if you look at lab activity on revenue categories, prerequisite, obviously you need to have access to these domains. Create revenue category to classify types of goods, services available to sell customers. So this is a context where you can use revenue category that we already saw. And then we also saw how to create revenue category using create revenue category task. And we also saw all of these fields in detail. So you can go through this for your reference. Now, second activity is create revenue category hierarchy. And then you can group multiple related revenue categories under this hierarchy. And we'll also see how we can use this hierarchy for your account posting rules. In terms of results, you can use revenue category to assign accounting objects, write transactions on your using revenue category. So let's see even one example of transaction. If I'm creating customer invoice, one of the revenue transaction, I'll be using create customer invoice task. So this is a header level where you specify company, customer, other details. And at a line level, if you scroll down, invoice line section is there, where if you look at your revenue categories here, right? So if I try to use my newly created revenue category, all right, looks like there's some security access issue. So what we can go ahead is use existing revenue category. So either services, products, advanced events, intercompany. So all of these revenue categories can be tagged. Training can be tagged on your customer invoice transaction. And even when you select sales item on your transaction. So if you look at revenue category gets auto populated from sales item. Since we saw while creating sales item, the revenue category is mandatory. So Workday auto defaults and gets disabled this revenue category field when you select sales item. All right. So now let's talk about revenue category hierarchy. So create revenue category hierarchy. We can say, okay, we had a maintenance, right? So let's say support. And then there are also multiple hierarchy levels. If you have a existing hierarchy, you can also select from existing hierarchy what will be a parent. So if you want to plug in your hierarchy in existing hierarchy, you can plug in your hierarchy inside that, and then you can select what categories you want to select, and you can multi-select it. Okay, so suppose support also has training. So what you're saying is all these three revenue categories are grouped together under support revenue category hierarchy, right? That's it. Done. Now we'll just see a last piece of how it derives account posting rules. So view account posting rule set is tasks. To access account posting rule sets, we'll select existing one. So we'll select here standard one. And if you scroll down, left side, you will see all the rules based on transactions, functionality areas. And right side, you can define the conditions or ledger accounts. So I'll show you an example of revenue. So you can locate a revenue rule here, left side. And if you scroll up, you will see that you can edit this and you can add conditions. So you're saying that whenever my revenue category, if you look at here, so my revenue category is maintenance, then you can say that, go for any ledger account. So let's select any existing, there are very limited ledger accounts. It will post your transaction to this resulting ledger account that you are selecting. So that is how the revenue category can be used to derive your revenue ledger account posting. Similarly, we also have in under this dimension option of revenue category hierarchies. So we can select support hierarchy and get rid of this revenue category and say any revenue categories falling under this hierarchy will post to this resulting ledger account. So that's how a revenue category and revenue category hierarchies can be used to derive your ledger account posting. All right, so we covered how to create and modify revenue categories, and we also cover lab activity for revenue categories. So now let's move on to our next topic, configure customer. The topic 4 is define work tag functionality. So we'll talk about this first. So work tag functionality, it's more or less similar that we already covered. Most of the configurations is configuration setup objects. Those are work tags in Workday. And we also saw that sales item revenue categories, right? We set up, those are themselves are a work tag. Even their own related work tags are also there. So anything around work tag is what we're going to discuss, work tag functionality. So what is work tag functionality? Work tags are not simply labels. So we saw that revenue category, right? Itself is a work tag. Sales item is also a work tag. So work tag is like, your hashtag. You might have observed on your Facebook, we put hashtag, right? It is used for searching purpose, reporting purpose. Similarly, work tag is a concept in Workday, which is not just labels. Okay, it is used for contextual metadata reporting on a transaction point of view. So it is intelligent metadata for every transactions they can tag this work tags. Okay, from your entire contract to cash process, work tags can be tagged. And in Workday, every transaction from contract line to an invoice to a journal entry, there are multiple dimensions, multiple combination of work tags can be used. So it's a rich multifaceted data set which is transaction ready for reporting and analysis purpose. So there are multiple fields that we select on a transaction, right? So most of them would be a work tags, and actually it is useful for your reporting and overall analysis point of view. That's how work tag is very useful. Core functions of work tag, primary function is basically, obviously, it's for to answer your fundamental business questions behind every number on financial statement. So for example, on your financial statement, you're looking for who have created this. So who meaning which supplier, which employee, which customer. So those are all actually work tags. So we'll be creating customers, suppliers, employee in Workday. Those are those are all work tags, which derives or which drives your answer to a question who on your fundamental business question. Then what? So is it sales item, spend, revenue? What kind of transaction it is? That's again your work tag. Why? So for which project? Why you are creating this, recording this transaction? For what purpose? For this project, for this cost center, for this costing, for this fund grant. So these are again work tags. And where? Which location or a region that this transaction is related with? Then you'll be also defining regions and location as work tags. So the questions to these fundamental business analysis purpose on your financial statements derived with the help of these work tags: who, what, why, and where. There are multiple types of work tags and they also play a different role. So sales items, revenue categories are related on your revenue function. Customer also on a revenue function. Project can also be across revenue spend, multiple function areas. Cost center is again can be used across multiple areas. But these are some of the types. This is not exhaustive list, but it's types of work tags and plays different role in different transactions. Sales item we already saw. It is one of the very critical work tag from contract to cash process point of view. It derives whether it's goods or services that company is getting selling. And by configuring sales item as a work tag, you can drive your accounting that we already saw. You can link sales item to revenue category and automatically determines the revenue accounts. We also saw that you can specify automation of pricing and billing by defaulting pricing and billing schedule revenue recognition rules based on specific items sold. So revenue recognition rules we'll see later. Billing schedule is also part of your contract when we'll see it later point in time. But sales item can be used for automating your pricing and billing is in a nutshell. It also helpful for your granular level of analysis for reporting on your profitability, your sales volume and margins on an individual product or a service level. This sales item can be used for the analysis. The revenue category we saw already. Hardware sales, consulting services, or software licenses are the examples of revenue categories. And primary rules are to govern your accounting treatment that we already saw, how we can leverage revenue category or hierarchy to derive your ledger accounts. It also useful for your enabling high level reporting. So hierarchies or categories can be used for your reporting purpose. Customers, while also it's a part of your master data. So customers, you define first customers, which will you use on your transactions. So it helps you to tag against which you are doing a business with who, and also used for your detailed analytics on a AR side, like what is your customer profitability, what is your customer aging, also what is your open balance at a customer, what are your sales trends. So customers are also master data as well as a work tag to useful to use to be used in your analytics. Project based businesses, definitely you define your project, you create your project, and that also be used as a work tag in your transaction to track your project revenue and cost. So you tag your project on your contract lines, invoices, expenses, timesheets. So multiple transactions in which you can tag your project to track your revenue and cost. You can also automate your project billing. So you trigger your milestones or time and material billing based on your project progress. So you define your phases and tasks, you can define your project milestones, and based on milestone, you can automate your billing to your customer. That's again very good feature. You analyze your project profitability. So with the help of project work tag, you can analyze whether the project is profitable or loss. You can also compare your project related revenues and costs to determine at each level of engagement what is your revenue, what is your cost at a project level. So project is a very important work tag. Cost center is again from a reporting point of view is very useful. It represents your operational unit in your organizations. Your marketing headquarters, sales east. There are multiple cost centers you can define in a workday as a part of your business structure. In the revenue cycle, obviously it helps you to associate your cost with generating revenue and analyze your performance of your business units. So at a different cost center or a cost center hierarchy level, what is your revenue? What is your cost that you can have a slice and dice analysis with the help of cost center. Power of workday work tag derivation and relationships. So you can derive your work tags using related work tags, and with the help of revenue framework lies in you can also automate the derivation of logic and related work tags. So you can drive your work tags, you can default your related work tags, you can also define your precedence of rules with the help of work tags. How? So driver work tags, you can configure driver work tag when selected automatically populates other work tags. So for example, we saw that if you're selecting sales item, you can auto default cost center. Similarly, if you're selecting a project, you can automatically populate correct cost center and fund associated to that project with the help of a related work tags configuration, right? So those are driver work tags. Contextual defaults, basically, the framework it is used to configure to default your work tags based on the context of the transaction. So for example, here we are saying that expense report will automatically default cost center from your employee. So this is a contextual default where every employee will be tagged to a cost center. So if that employee is creating an expense report, then the related contextual defaulting like cost center of that employee gets auto defaulted on your expense report. Those are all contextual defaults. If you are creating customer invoice, it will also auto default customer. So that is again a contextual default. Precedence rules. This framework actually includes your clear hierarchy, clear order of execution of work tags. How application of work tag will be, this is driven by precedence of rules. So for example, if both sales items and revenue category items have same work tag, let's say cost center, the related work tag is defaulted for cost center on sales item as well as on revenue category, then workday will take the cost center value from sales item because that takes the precedence. It's at a granular level. Sales item is at a granular level, revenue category is at a upper level. So based on the precedence of the work tag, which work tag to be defaulted is gets derived. So that's how precedence rules works behind the scene. That's it from a work tag functionality point of view. We talk about how related work tags derive the work tag values. We talk about how contextual work tags are getting defaulted and also precedence of the application of work tags. We don't have lab activity for this, then we'll move on to the next topic. So next topic is associate tax applicability. So how tax is getting derived, how tax is managed from a revenue framework point of view is what we're gonna see. We'll see transaction tax rules and tax applicability. So what are the transaction tax rules? In Workday, it is these rules are applicable across all areas, all functional areas, and not necessarily only customer accounts functional area. Okay, so keep it in mind. This is across the areas. So transaction tax rules in Workday enables you to add the tax attributes on your financial transactions automatically. So what it means, what attributes are those? Tax applicability, tax codes, tax recoverabilities, and multiple tax options for supplier accounts also. So as I said, tax transaction tax rules are across your functional areas, not specific to customer accounts. It is across areas, including supplier accounts and other areas also. So this configuration is useful to derive your tax attributes on your financial transactions. If you are creating customer invoice, contract, then how to default tax applicability, tax codes, and tax related attributes on your transaction is driven by this transaction tax rules. And what are the benefits? You're automating selection of those tax attributes to minimize the number of data entry on your tax documents. It is helpful to populate your tax attributes for specific countries, items, spend categories, tax item groups that you don't have to determine each and every time on your transactions manually. So automation of defaulting the tax attributes by country, by spend category, by items, by groups with the help of tax rules. It is helpful to increase your accuracy of your tax reporting. Obviously, you are not manually keying in those tax attributes. Tax rules will default automatically, so that helps accuracy of your tax reporting and simplify your data entry as well. So let's see what is tax applicability. Tax applicability is a core configuration in Workday that defines if and how transaction should be taxed. It's a starting point for all automated tax calculations. So in a nutshell, tax applicability, how transaction will be taxed, it is derived by tax applicability. All right. What is the purpose of tax applicability? To aid the transaction entry and approval by assigning default tax applicability to sales, purchase, expense item. So, be it sales, purchase, or expense item, it will default this tax applicability on those transactions, and it will help in completing the entry of the transaction and approval as well. It will also enable you as a Workday tax engine to accurate calculation of tax by specifying whether the item is taxable, exempt, or zero rated. So obviously, based on your regulatory requirements of tax reporting, we need to ensure that that specific item is whether it's taxable, whether it's exempt from tax, or is it zero rated. That is getting derived with the help of tax applicability, and it is helpful to calculate the tax accurately with the help of tax applicability. Where tax applicability is used, as I said, it is across functional areas, not necessarily customer accounts. So customer invoices, your adjustments, your cash sales, supplier invoices, purchase orders, expense reports, ad hoc payments, all types of functional areas in Workday Finance. Wherever tax is applicable, it can be used. Configuring tax applicability codes. So we define tax applicability code. It is basically a name that users will see and select it on transactions. So some of the example is whether it's a standard rate, exempt services, that will be part of your tax applicability values. Whether it's taxable or not, it's a master switch. So this must be selected to enable tax calculation when this code is used on transaction. So if the item is taxable or not, you select the taxable option, and then it will get taxed, and tax will get calculated on the transaction whenever you are selecting that item. Spend revenue scopes. So basically it helpful to applicable code of use in either spend or even a transaction. So is it applicable for a spend, for your spend transactions like supplier invoices, or it's applicable for revenue, for your revenue transactions like customer invoices? You can configure this tax applicability. Country, for which country this tax applicability code is used, you can specify that country, which will prevent its use in other jurisdictions if it is not applicable. Default tax recoverability. So recoverability is also there related, and which tax recoverability can be defaulted for this tax applicability, we can define that. So you can set the default value for tax recoverability, like is it recoverable or non-recoverable. That will be applied when you are configuring this tax applicability. It is useful to streamline your accounting for VAT and GST. And inactive, as we saw for sales item and revenue category, every configuration will have this inactive option. So likewise, tax applicability can also be inactivated. So it's part of your overall crucial lifecycle management tool, which is no longer used, then you can inactivate to retire the old code. So it will help you to prevent getting used in your new transactions going forward. So let's see quickly. There is no activity actually for tax applicability, but I'll just show you quickly how it looks like. So one of the example from the tenant. So there are this tax applicability, taxable labor, sales, input VAT, GST on sales. So if you look at this example, you're giving the name of the taxability rule code. You're saying whether it's taxable or not. You'll say, is it applicable for spend? Is it applicable for revenue? Both. You can say yes, or either of them you can select yes. Is it specific to any specific country? No. If it is not specific, you can keep it blank, or you can make it specific to country. What are the default tax recoverability value? Yes, you can select that value, and if it is not inactive, it will be blank. Otherwise, you can inactivate it. That's how tax applicability will be configured. Then we'll move on to the next topic. The next topic is customer-based tenant requirements. How we can configure customer-based tenant requirements. We'll understand the tenant and its importance and customer-based requirements key. So what is tenant? So tenant is the terminology is used in Workday space. It is actually a dedicated, secure, and isolated instance of Workday application. So okay. So like any other system or any other ERP, if you have seen it, every ERP will have their own environment. So here in Workday, we call it as tenant. Tenant is a Workday instance. Okay. Each organization has its own tenant. Every organization will have its own tenant, and it will contain its own unique data, business process, configuration, security policies, reporting structures. Understand that if you are implementing Workday to, let's say, HP, so HP will have its own tenant in which HP specific data, BP configurations, or all the setup for HP organizations, it will be maintained in that specific instance, in that tenant, to be used for HP company. Configuring customer-based tenant requirements is a process of translating company-specific needs, business needs, from how they structure their customer data to their billing cycles and revenue policies into a concrete configuration within Workday tenant. So, what it means is basically you understand, you receive your contract to cash related billing cycles or revenue policies from your customer. You try to understand that business requirements and try to translate into Workday tenant configuration. What will be the revenue categories, sales items, what are the business processes to be used, what security, what reporting would be used. All those you'll be trying to understand and then configure it in Workday so that Workday instance, Workday tenant can be used for clients' business needs. So configuring the tenant for contract to cash involves series of interdependent decisions and setups that we just talk about. And it will also align with how business interacts with customers. So core areas would be including your configuring customers, contract foundation. What is required for customer contracts will need customers, customer profile, contract will also need some additional configuration. That foundation will be configuring. You'll be also configuring products with the help of your either sales items, your revenue categories. You'll be also doing pricing catalog. You'll be also configuring billing and invoice related configurations and revenue recognition policies related configurations. So these are primary components of your contract to cash, which you'll be configuring in your Workday tenant in order to meet your contract to cash business process. Customer and contract foundation. This is a starting point to your contract to cash process. One of the key configuration to be considered. Customer setup, obviously, in while configuring your customer, you need to understand this customer will be part of each customer group, and there is also hierarchies in place actually. Like revenue categories we saw has hierarchies to group together related revenue categories. Similarly, customers will also have customer hierarchies. So how will you segment your customers from a reporting and management point of view, by region, by industry, by size, that you can define the groups as well as hierarchies. This will impact everything from assigning sales representatives to running accounts receivable raging reports. So obviously how you define your customer structure in Workday, accordingly everything else from your running your AR from aging reporting point of view also will get impact. We'll see how groups and hierarchies will be defined, but this is more from a concept point of view. Billing information, what are your default payment terms, your billing addresses, how customer will get communicated, what are the preferences for each customer, everything will be part of your customer setup. And this setup is crucial for your automating your invoice generation and delivery. So you will be defining the contact email ID addresses, right? So to that specific customer contact, email will get auto generated and auto sent through email. So that is again very crucial component of your customer setup. Customer contracts. Customer contracts will have contract types. So what type of contracts? Workday gives you an ability to have different kinds of customer contracts to represent your various commercial engagements, like whether it's annual subscription, time and material based, fixed fee projects. So different types of contract types can be defined, and it will have own sets of rules for billing and revenue. Customer contract will also need billing schedule, how to bill your customer. So it will have a predefined template to how and when customer will be billed, whether it's monthly, quarterly, yearly, and in advance upon any specific project milestones that you can define in your part of your billing schedule configuration. Associating this contract type automates the creation of installment schedule. So in order to bill your customer based on the frequency that you have set up, Accordingly, installment schedules will get created and it will get auto generate the bills. So all of these components will be together define associated to your contracts. You also define product and pricing catalog. So while configuring your goods and services that you sell, it is essential to accurate invoice and revenue recognize, right? So sales items are actually building blocks of your catalog, your product catalog. And each sales item must be configured with a link to a revenue category that we saw to drive accounting, defaulting the pricing and unit of measure we also saw while creating sales item. You also it is also helpful to default revenue treatment as a part of default values on your sales item. You can default the treatment of revenue to determine how revenue gets recognized for that sales item. So it's a basic building block of your catalog of sales items. Price list, create different price lists for different customer segments, regions, channels, and it will allow you for flexible and automated pricing on your contracts and invoices. So you can configure your price list in order to manage your different customers across these areas. And bundles we saw, in order to group your multiple sales item into a single, we can use bundle. It is useful for selling that bundle altogether and can be built on each line item of each sales item, and it can also have its revenue allocated across the individual components. So these are actually at a high level how we'll be translating our customer business needs or business requirements to our workday specific configurations from an implementation point of view. So we saw how customer will get set up, how contracts will get set up, how product and pricing will get set up. Moving on, billing and invoicing the configuration. So this is again how you will generate and present invoices to customers. So you'll be defining invoice layouts. You'll be configuring invoice layouts based on every client need. Different layouts has to be configured. Branding has to be done on your invoice with the help of company logo. So you'll configure the invoice layout. You'll also configure your company logo on the invoice layout. You'll also display remittance information and any required legal text on your invoice. So different layouts can be configured for different companies or different customer groups. So it is part of your invoice printing. Consolidation of invoice, again, there are multiple setups. So you can set up rules to consolidate your multiple billing installments from different contracts, projects into single invoice for that customer. It is useful to simplify your reporting as well as to simplify your payment process. You consolidate multiple invoice under one invoice, bill it to a customer, report lesser number of invoice, and also easy to manage your payment. Tax configuration, some of the configuration we already saw. Tax applicability, to define your rules to automatically taxable or not the transaction based on sales item, location, and other factors we saw. There are also additional setup for configuration of tax is tax codes and rates to set up specific tax codes and rates based on jurisdictions in which your client is operating out of. So that's an again additional setup which also derives your tax configuration. So this was about how you'll bill or generate the invoice, and last piece is your revenue recognition. So revenue recognition, how to recognize the revenue. Every industry, every customer will have different sets of rules or different sets of revenue recognition policies. There are also local regulatory requirements that you need to meet. So in order to do revenue recognition, Workday also helps you to configure based on your business needs of your client to ensure compliance of accounting standards like ASC 606, IFRS 15, and your client business needs. You can configure these rules. For example, revenue recognition rules, you can configure to determine the timing and pattern of revenue recognition, whether to recognize your over the time, straight line, recognize at point in time. You can define these revenue recognition rules to determine your revenue, to recognize your revenue. There is multiple element revenue allocation is also a configuration in place, which is for contracts with multiple performance obligations. You can configure fair value price list and allocation rules to automate your distribution of transaction price across different sales items. So there would be a need of different pricing for different sales for same sales items based on your fair price value price list and allocation rules. Then we'll be leveraging this multiple element revenue allocation configuration in order to obligate your multiple performance setup of contract. Revenue treatment on sales items, we also saw that we can default revenue treatment on sales items. So by setting the default revenue treatment on sales item, you also try to automate the application of revenue policies overall, ensuring the consistency and accuracy. So in summary, how to recognize revenue, when to recognize revenue, at what level, all those rules and different sets of configurations Workday provide to ensure your compliance on a revenue recognition point of view. So this is how you will be configuring Workday to meet contract to cash process, and your client can transact in Workday to meet all their compliance and reporting and transaction needs, business requirements across contract to cash process. So that's it on this topic. This is very useful when you try to implement Workday Finance, specifically contract to cash functional area in Workday Finance. You need to understand how you determine what are the requirements given by client and in which component, in which area, which configuration you'll be considering to meet that requirements. This is very useful from a implementation point of view. So moving on, configuring account posting rules for customer transactions. We'll talk about account posting rules, which is also termed as a short form of accounting posting rules, APR. And this is APR, accounting posting rules. It's the same setup, okay, across all functional areas, but we'll be talking more from a customer transaction point of view, revenue point of view, which are rules, how to configure. We'll talk about account posting rules, configuring rules for customer transactions. So as I said, beware of common account posting rules across financial transactions, be it asset, expense, intercompany projects, spend revenue. APRs are used to determine your ledger account postings. So this actually slide will list down all the account posting rule across functional area. So for example, here for business asset, how accumulation of depreciation and disposal will get configured. So we'll just keep asset, expense, intercompany, project. We'll talk more on a revenue side. So if you look at from a customer account point of view, we'll be dealing with revenue rules. Okay, so this is actually how we will configure revenue rules. So we will have a deferred revenue. So what it says, the use case for deferred revenue, the account type will be a liability. Definitely it's a deferred revenue. And this rule will be used to record accumulated deferred revenue so that you can recognize revenue in the next period. So you will be overall a debit credit, how it will look like is it will be debiting the receivables rules which you are configuring receivables ledger account and crediting the deferred revenue when you will be using deferred revenue. So in order to derive in this credit side what deferred revenue ledger account will be, you will be selecting a ledger account for deferred revenue. Okay, similarly for receivables, it will have asset type of ledger account. You will be giving or instructing that which receivable ledger account will be used to record the value of receivables due from customers in customer payment. So in a receivable transactions, you'll have a cash to receivables when you'll be receiving a payment. So it will have cash to receivables. But in order to determine which receivable ledger account will be used, you will be configuring ledger account for receivables rule. So receivable rules will derive receivables credit side. Similarly, receivables overpayment to record your customer overpayment, then a write-off will have expense ledger account, but then it will be used to record your customer invoice write-off for unrecoverable balances. So each and every rule will be used for each and every use case determined here, and you will be configuring which ledger account will be used for these use cases. Revenue, you will be using a revenue ledger account to record your sale value of item in invoice, receivables to revenue. So whenever you are creating customer invoice, it will post receivables to revenue, and the receivable leg of debit will be derived with the help of revenue rail. Transaction tax, again, whenever there is a tax on your sales transactions, for example, customer invoice, it will also post to receivables to transaction tax and revenue. So transaction tax rule will also determine which tax related ledger account will be posting to. Unapplied account posting account payments, unapplied recorded payments, transaction tax. So this is again different use cases you will be configuring the ledger accounts for. So let's see how it will look like in Workday tenant. So if you go here in view account posting rule set, and if you select, I'm sorry, standard, there are multiple standards. Let me select the correct one. All right. So if you look at business asset side, the top one, if you look at the left side, depreciation asset, accrued disposal. So these are all asset related rules, left side, right? Cash is there. So cash rule will determine which ledger account. So you can default cash rule ledger accounts, and downside, if this is a bank account, then don't use just default 1000 cash. We need to use this clearing account. If this is a bank account, then use this cash ledger account. So if you have a need of different cash ledger accounts to be used for specific bank account, you'll be using here. Otherwise, it can be leveraging default ledger accounts. Similarly, from a revenue standpoint, if you look at it, scroll down, it is alphabetically sorted. So you can see here receivables. In order to have a receivables, it's a default 1200 ledger accounts has been configured, and there are no rules conditions there. So it will always use air trade receivable ledger account. For receivable overpayment, there is nothing configured, but you can edit this, you can default this, or you can also add rule conditions here based on your need. And then from our revenue side, we also have transaction tax applicable. It has default and conditions, transaction tax and payment, nothing is defaulted. Then there are unapplied on account payments. There is default ledger account for an account payment, unapplied recorded payments 2450, unbilled receivables, undeposited payments. These are all customer account related rules that you need to configure. All right, receivable write-off is there, which is bad debt, and for payments, obviously you'll need cash also. Cash is also used here. Deferred revenue is here. It's a default one. You can have rule conditions if applicable. So these are customer account related rules you need to configure either default ledger account or either through rule conditions. Okay. So revenue talks about this. We already see it's an intelligent engine. Account posting rules is an intelligent engine that translates your operational transactions like invoice into accurate accounting posting entries. So if you're creating a customer invoice, tag, spend, tag, revenue category, other details, amount, customer, basic details, you save, submit, get it approved, then automatically Workday creates accounting entries with the help of this account posting rules. You are not required to create journal in order to record your customer invoice. Okay, so instead of users manually selecting debit, credit, business relevant work tags, APRs are used to create accounting entries along with your work tags. So sales item revenue categories on your journal will get automatically created with the help of this account posting rules. Posting rules then work in the background to determine which ledger accounts or additional work tags should be used for your resulting accounting entry journal. And this is the power of one in Workday, ensuring that operational activities and financial accountings are seamlessly connected. So this is very, very powerful tool, powerful functionality that Workday gives you, not required to do any posting, batch processing, a real-time accounting entry creation based on account posting rules as soon as your transaction gets approved and submitted. What is the purpose of APR or account posting rules? The primary purpose is to determine your default ledger accounts to post journals to, the resulting ledger accounts based on your specific conditions that you're defining for debits and credits, and resulting work tags also can be applied on your journal entry. All right. So that is how APR will be used for. Key configuration steps and concepts. The process begins with creating a account posting rule set. So you'll go there, you'll configure your rules. You'll also group rules and links them in a specific company and account set. Within the rule set, you'll configure the detailed logic, whether it's default or a condition level core rule-based conditions, and you'll also test the rules. So you will default the ledger accounts whenever it's applicable. You will also be defining conditions in order to have a core logic of determining the ledger accounts, and you'll also create transaction post accounting entries and see based on your API's configuration whether corresponding ledger accounts are getting picked up accurately or not. At a header level, defining defaults and fallback logic. So before defining the specific conditions at a rule condition level, you set the default behavior of the rule, right? And this is a fallback. So what do you mean by fallback? This is a fallback that Workday uses if transaction does not meet any of the conditions. So if you are not defining rule conditions at, at a granular level, then you can either default the ledger account, and you also go for a fallback. Like if you are specifying a default ledger account and also specifying rule conditions, then here if suppose there are three or four conditions you have given for cash ledger account, we saw there are four banks has been defined. For each of the bank, resulting ledger accounts for cash is different. But suppose you are selecting a fifth bank account and those rule conditions are not is not covering that bank, right? Then Workday will fall back to default ledger account for that cash rule. So it will use that default ledger account in case none of the conditions are met. So default ledger account, it's a catch-all account, and it's a best practice actually to use default ledger account. Many experts recommend leaving this blank. So why? It's a best practice because if transaction doesn't meet any of these specific rules, then Workday will flag as an error. If you do not define default ledger account, that means none of the conditions are met and there is no default ledger account, then Workday will error that accounting entry. Then you will have an ability to track that error and see what exactly the correction is required to fix that transaction. Otherwise, it will automatically post to the default ledger account if you are specifying instead of getting that error out. So this makes it very easy to identify and fix the miscoded transaction using fix operation journals with errors task. So there's a task called fix operation journal with errors. Whenever Workday is not able to determine which ledger account it should post that accounting entry, it will error out the journal, and with the help of fix operation journals with errors, you can access the task and you can filter on that specific journal and see the error and fix the transaction. So setting the default account can hide these errors in suspense accounts and making reconciliation more difficult, right? So it is a best practice to not define this default ledger account if you want to catch the errors. Default resulting work tags, these are the work tags that should be applied on your accounting entry along with your default ledger account if it is used. Condition rule. So on a rule condition level, there are multiple permutation combinations you have based on different dimensions. You will use this condition level section and you will automate your ledger posting. So posting rule conditions grid is used to help the series of if and then statements. So multiple line items you are specifying, multiple conditions you are specifying. So from top to bottom, the precedence will take place, and Workday will try to determine which condition gets satisfied for your transaction. Accordingly, specific condition gets satisfied and corresponding ledger account will get picked up. So it's a series of if then statement to direct the accounting based on transactions. And it will evaluate this condition from top to down and stops at the first rule that matches the transaction. So evaluation order will be a purpose. This field dictates the priority of rules. Workday processes the rules in alphanumeric order based on this field. And best practice is always order your condition from most restrictive to least restrictive. It's a very, very important point. What is most restrictive? Meaning more detailed. If you have more detailed condition, it should always be on top, okay, and the least restrictive should be at the bottom. A rule for a specific sales item should come before a generic rule for a revenue category. This will ensure that specific scenarios, a detailed specific or a more restrictive scenario are getting caught at the first side itself. And you can use the numeric sequencing to easily manage and insert new rules later. All right. Very, very important point while configuring rule conditions. The core logic engine conditions we saw, this is if part of your condition rule. If you select from a predefined list of dimensions relevant to your transaction types, such as revenue category, sales item, you'll be selecting that, and you'll also give the values for that specific sales item. So if it is this revenue category, then I need to have corresponding resulting ledger account and resulting work tag. You define the specific value for your revenue category, your dimension, and correspondingly resulting ledger account will get picked up. Resulting ledger account we already saw. Whatever right set conditions gets met, the resulting ledger account will get picked up. So for example, if your revenue category is software licenses, then I need to post this to 41000, which is software revenue ledger account. You can define in your API. Resulting work tags. So for the same posting, if you want to tag revenue category, you can select that as a resulting work tag also. So these are the additional work tags you will be tagging on your accounting entry journal line with the help of this resulting work tag configuration. Important rules: you cannot select the work tag here if it is already being used as a primary work tag or optional balancing work tag. The resulting work tag do not override work tags that are already on your operational transaction line. So operational transaction will have work tags. It is not going to override by resulting work tag. Resulting work tag will be available on your accounting entries journal line and not on your operational transaction line. They will be add to or fill in blank values only. Costing overhead. The exception to the overhead rule is for work tags design as costing overheads. So costing overheads on your transaction itself is an exception. For example, if location 1 is a costing overhead, it will take precedence over a work tag like location 2, even if location 2 is a default on your worker profile. So costing work overhead is a exception. It will take a precedence over your other default work tags. Testing rules. So once you set up your APIs, account posting rules, then you need to test it and see whether it's behaving correctly or not, right? So it is very important, critical to test your logic. You test your posting rules button is there available. I'll show you quickly. It will allow you to enter various combination of dimension values to determine the transaction will post to the correct accounts or not as expected. For example, from a customer transaction point of view, you will configure revenue posting rules, right? You will say that order is 10, condition is saying that if sales item is worked implementation premier package, then it should post to resulting ledger account 41100 premier consulting revenue. And you can also have multiple rules. For example, here consulting services should go to here, your software license should go here. Fallback, you will also default a ledger account. Left back, you will be defaulting, you will not be defaulting to a ledger account, you will left it as blank to force it out errors. So let's see quickly again how it will look like. We saw this, how it will be useful. So from our deferred revenue example, you'll edit this, you will say default ledger account. In case you don't want to default the ledger account, you will not do this. You will go here, you will say deferred revenue resulting work tag, let's say available work tags. You want to default, let's say region, okay, APAC. So what you will say, left side is a resulting output. Right side under this condition section is dimension value is a condition. We already saw revenue category hierarchy, revenue category, how it will help, right? So similarly, you will go for here for revenue category, right? Let's say service related, some revenue categories there. So what you are giving instructions is whenever revenue category is services, then my resulting ledger account will be 2600 and resulting work tag would be region on my accounting entry journal entry line. Okay. Likewise, you will also have additional rule. Okay. And you can define multiple conditions here. The very important rule that we discussed that whenever there is a more restrictive, it should come on the top. So suppose on my first condition, I have 3 dimensions used and rest of them have only 1 each. Then my order should be the more restrictive is this one, then it should be on the top and rest should be on the bottom. And you can use this move up down arrows to move your conditions up and down. All right. So this is how you will be configuring your account posting rules. In case it's a control account, you can also enable this control account warning as a checkbox if it is a control account, and it will error out as a warning whenever the account posting takes place. And every rule will have a description how it is used for. So you can also refer this for your reference to understand how it is used behind the scene by Workday. Every account posting rules are associated to account set and used by multiple companies. If you look at here, there are 63 companies which are available in this tenant are using same account posting rules. So typically, best practice is you have only one account posting rule set, which derives all kinds of your ledger account posting rules for your instance for your tenant. We'll be talking more on customer accounts. So from model 2, we'll talk about security policies again from a customer management point of view. So let me share my screen. So from model 2, this is the first topic we want to discuss about domain and business process security policies from a customer management point of view. So we'll now talk more from a customer management point of view, from setting up the customer. So what are the security policies, domain security policies, configuration security policies, and BP policies? Domain security policies, we already saw earlier for sales item revenue categories. Those are actually policies which are for permissions, which drives actually permissions that grant security groups in order to view and modify specific related set of data. So in this case, we'll be looking for how to set up customers and the policies for customer. From a customer management point of view, this means actually who can access various fields and reports related to your customer master data. The key customer related domains are actually the policies, domain policies. By using domain security policies for by functional area, we basically try to search for specific set of key domain security policies which actually manages customer. And for the C2C or contract to cash process point of view, these are some of the critical domains which includes customer accounts, setting up the customer maintenance, customer invoices, customer contracts, customer payments, and personal data work contact information. So these are some of the key domains which drives domain security policies around these areas within C2C process. Customer accounts, it's broadly related to our customer master data, objects, related reports, everything rolls groups under the customer accounts, and that's a core key domain from a customer accounts point of view. So we already discussed domain is nothing but the group of objects, web services, reports, tasks, multiple workday related objects, anything other than business processes. So domain security policies governs the control and the access to those objects within that group or related objects under customer accounts. Similarly, we also have business process security policies, which is specifically business process access driving the permissions for customer accounts. So one of the key domain, customer accounts, it's a broader functional area, drives all the objects within that functional area. Set up customer maintenance, it's again controlling the setting up and maintaining customer categories, groups, and other fundamental elements around customer maintenance. Customer invoices, specifically around who can view and modify customer invoice data. Customer contracts, specifically around customer contracts management. Customer payments, again, specific governing access around payment information and cash application. And personal data worker contact information, specific integrating with your CRM and need to write back contact data permissions. This domain drives that access. So at a high level, these are the key domains under customer management. So the process of configuring these domain security, it involves actually security groups to these policies, which will drive your modifier view permissions actually. All right. So every policies will have permissions, either view or modify. If you have modify access, you can create, edit. If you have view access, you can only view only that object. So in order to configure the domain security policies, you need to understand how security works. So you need to understand which role will have access to this domain, and you need to assign that role to a security group. You'll be editing the domain security policies, and you will add those security groups inside the domain policies. You will also mention whether it's view or modify permissions. And after you modifying the domain security policies, you will activate the policy changes. So overall, in order to give any access under domain security policies, you need to perform these activities. So under the identifying role, you suppose you want to give access, customer account access to accounts receivable specialist. So you first identify which domain AI specialist or accounts receivable specialist should have access to. And when we say domain access, it covers all the objects within the domain. So once you identify the domain, you'll go and then you will finalize that, okay, I want to add accounts receivable specialist inside the domain. So you identified that role. It can be credit manager, sales operations, or any AI related roles. It could also be actually user-based security groups wherein you will not need a role, but in terms of role-based security, you will be required to identify a role. Assigning it to security group. So once you identify, let's say AI specialist, you want to add access to this domain, then you will add AI specialist inside that domain security policies, and you will mention whether it's view or modify permissions. So you will ensure that the users associated to this role or the security group of AI specialist will correspond to do this job functions under the customer account function. So a role-based security group will be also having a name as accounts receivable specialist, and you'll add that role-based security group in this domain security policy. And you'll say that it will have view as well as edit permissions. So once you created a role, let's say a specialist, and once you assign this role to a security group, so you'll be creating a new security group as AI specialist, same or similar name, and you will assign role to the security group in order to create a role-based security group. And that security group will be adding under domain policies with the help of editing domain policy. So using maintain permissions for security group tasks or by editing domain security policies directly, you will be adding newly created role-based security group to that policy, and you will say either checkbox for view or modify or both. So once you added that role-based security group in your domain security policies, you will say okay, it done, and then you need to activate the pending security policy changes. So with the help of the task called activate pending security policy changes task, you will say that okay, you'll put some comments and you will say that please confirm these changes in your policies. It will activate immediately. So this is a very critical and final steps in order to reflect the changes that you have done in your domain security policies. So let's take one quick example. So we already have a role, suppose around accounts receivable specialist. If you look at, this is the role-based security group inside which you already have a role. So first, most of the cases, Workday delivered roles and security groups are good enough to configure your security. In case you want to go for a custom roles, then you'll go for custom role and custom security group. Here, accounts receivable specialist role has been added under same named as account receivable specialist role-based security group. And this role-based security groups have been added in all of these domain security policies that you can see. For example, here under customer functional area, there is a view customer domain. If you try to open this domain security policy for view customer, you will see that this security group has been already added here, right? So you see here, it's already added here and it has view only access, permissions view or modify. So how we can do that? You identified a role, you identified domains, then you'll come here to domain security policy and then you can edit this, edit permissions. And then if you want to add newly created role or any other role which is not present currently in this, you can go ahead add inside this existing group, or you can create a new row, add your security group here. You can either say view only or view and modify both. Okay, and then you'll say okay. I'll not add this security group which is already there. Once you say okay, whatever changes you have made, it will not get reflected immediately. You need to activate the pending security policies. You'll also see once you say okay, it says that your changes have been saved but not yet in effect. So this indicates that you need to run activate pending policy changes. Once you say done, you can go ahead and go for new tasks, activate pending security policy changes, and you will put your comments that modified view customer domain, and you will say okay. Once you're done with this, the changes will get reflected. If you miss to activate your pending security changes will not reflect and the permissions will not be given to your role or security group. So this is a very critical step. I'll cancel this. So this is how domain security policy changes will take place, the effect once you activate. Business process security policies. So from a business process security point of view, it actually drives your workflow, your approval workflow for customer invoice. Let's say there are multiple sets of approvals that you want to go through. You'll be setting up that business process steps, and it also has security policies approvers, which security groups will be part of approvers. So it will actually determine or defines who can perform specific actions within the workflow or approval management. For each step of that business process, whether it's initiate, approve, or deny, you can define which security group can perform that action. And this provides your granular control over your key workflows or approvals. So you can find and edit this business security policies with the help of edit business process security policy tasks, and you can manage overall business process security. So customer accounts, payments, customer invoice related BPs would be there under customer accounts, and you can control the policies around these business processes. So some of the key business processes under customer accounts are create customer. This is the master process for creating a new customer. So if you want to, whenever there is a new customer getting created and you want to go through an approval routing, then you can define a business process step inside create customer BP business process, and then you can route for that approval to, let's say, customer admin, and then customer, once customer admins approves, then only that customer will get effective. Likewise for all other business processes, like you create customer invoices, definitely to go on the invoice you'll have approval in place, and once the approval is done, issuance of invoices will be done. Customer contracts can also control the workflow operation and amendment of customer contracts, so you can have workflow management around this. You can also adjust customer invoices while creating customer invoice adjustments. You can have credit debit memos, and you can also control workflow. You can record customer payments against your invoice, and you can also control cash application process with the help of business process. Work contact change. So this is again one of the essential business process. If you need to allow integration to update your customer contact information via third-party web service, you can go through this business process, plug in your integration, and call that web service. In terms of business process security, you will be configuring policies who can do what with the help of this business process security policies. You'll select the business process. For example, in this case, if it's create customer, you will locate or you'll open the business process called create customer, and you can also open the edit business process security policy task and select any specific BP. So either you open BP and edit the policies, or select edit BP security policy task and then enter business process name. Either way, you can edit security policies for BP. Then you identify an action. So find any specific action you want to secure, whether it's initiate, approved, approve all. So there are multiple actions within that BP. And you can assign the security groups which is not there listed, and you can give access that security group to perform that action, whether to initiate, to approve. You will add that security group inside that action section, so that that security group will perform that action as a part of that BP. And after that, here also, like domain security policy, you need to activate changes. So once you're done with the change, you'll say okay, done, and then you will also perform activate pending security policy change tasks in order to reflect changes in your BP security policies. So let me just quickly show you BP security policies 2, how you can modify. So you will say business process edit task, edit business process security policy. You will select create customer event, and you will say okay. It will show you edit business process security policy, customer event, who can start business process. Right now, customer admin and implementers can only create customers. But suppose you want to add some other security groups who can also perform this action, then you can go ahead and add security group here. Then you will see an alert saying that activate security policy changes in order to reflect the change. So Workday will give you an alert that do not forget to activate your pending policy changes. So here different actions you'll see: initiating this BP, then initiating web service, then down the line view all, there is approve, then deny, redirect. So whichever actions you want to give access to that security group, you can add it, say okay, and perform activate pending security policy changes. Then that specific security group that you're adding in a specific set of actions, primarily either you add security group in create action or in approve and view all action, so that that security group can approve this BP. For example, in this case, it's a create customer event BP, and you want to add approval step that customer admin can approve. Currently, it is not set up, so you can add it here, and you're giving access to approve customer events by customer admin. And you can also add here customer admin if it is not there in view all. So approve view all, these are commonly used actions wherein you can do modifications and from over the period maintenance point of view, you can perform maintenance. So this is how you'll do the changes. You'll say okay and then activate pending security policy task. So that's it from customer domain security policies and business process security policies for customer management. Now we'll move on to the next topic within module 2, which is navigate customer profile. So yeah, topic 2, navigate customer profile. So we'll be talking about how you can navigate customer profile, what are the core components of profile, customer profile, how profile is configured, and what are the roles and responsibility. So in Workday, a customer profile is not merely a static data record. It's not a static data, it is dynamic nature. It is interactive workspace that's a central hub for your entire C2C lifecycle. So basically, in your customer profile, it not only gives you customer data view, it also gives you entire C2C lifecycle. It includes invoices, payments, all other C2C lifecycle for that specific customer. So this is not just customer, it is C2C lifecycle, entire lifecycle for that customer. And this customer profile is configurable and hence it is dynamic. It consolidates all relevant data, so as I mentioned, all relevant data, transactions, and supporting information for that single customer into one unified view. So very beautiful view where you can view everything for that customer at one place. Effectively navigating this profile is essential for finance, sales, credit teams to manage customer relationships, monitor the financial health, and execute C2C process. So obviously, everything is available at one place as a central hub. Then it is applicable for all different teams who manages customer relationships. When navigating the customer profile, there are multiple key sections are actually there and often organized into profile groups. So there are groups which are called as profile groups as a part of this customer profile. And these groups are configurable, which contains related reports and tasks. So there is a summary and header, one group. One is contracts, which displays contract related details. Invoices group is there, addresses and contacts, and assigned roles. These are the key profile groups available under that profile. So these profile groups, what are these profile groups? Summary and header. This often gives details about your customer name, logo. You can update logo and also other key identification of your customer. Contracts definitely talks about all the details about your contract. So it gives you a summary of contracts. You can also have a secured view of new contracts. You can also create, edit new contracts, provide complete picture of your commercial relationship with this customer. Invoices group is again everything related to your AR items, like for AR teams responsible to manage invoices. So it allows users to view history of all invoices, outstanding balances, payments, apply payments to specific invoices in one view. Addresses and contacts, again, customers will have addresses. So all the addresses and contacts, this section will talk about official addresses built to ship to, additional contact information for that customer, and it is basically foundational for your billing and communication point of view. It is very important. And assign roles, it will clearly displays which internal employees are assigned to key roles for that customer, such as collector, collection manager, who manages this customer. And this provides immediate visibility into who is responsible for managing this customer account. So we'll see this in tenant, how it will look like. So let's see quickly. So I'll just use one of the existing report, find customers. I'll quickly say okay, and it will list down all the customers. So I'll just pick up any existing customer. So if you look at here, it has header. This entire section is header. It talks about customer ID, approval status, total balance. And here, if you look at overview, addresses and contacts, contracts, invoices and payments, assigned roles, and there are financial snapshots. This is Workday delivered. It is not configurable. Chain history, process history, custom reports. So all these tabs, primarily from overview to assigned roles, these are your profile groups. And each profile group will have certain sections, profiles. Overview has summary, credit collection, payment details, banking, tax, notes, attachment, additional. Address contacts group also have contact information, customer contact, connection map, document delivery. Likewise, every group will have profiles or different subtabs underneath. Invoices also showing you aging, your invoices. It will show you, what all invoices. You can perform actions against those invoices. Payments, you can perform action. What are the deposits, related reports. And assign roles. Are there any roles assigned and who are the assigned to? So these are primary profile groups, and under profile groups, you have profiles or subtabs. So let's switch back to our slide. So how the profile is configured. So as we saw that these are all profile groups. Profile is customer profile can be configured. So one of the component is profile groups and profiles, and then we are going to see that how we can configure it. To navigate the profile also means understanding how it's constructed and customized. So obviously, what are the components of profile we need to understand in order to configure it properly. So the user experience is direct result of backend configuration choices. So whatever configuration that we'll be doing it as a part of this customer profile, it is going to impact the overall view to the users who manages customer. So you can define the profile layout configuration, which profile and profile groups I want to be part of view. With the help of this profile layout configuration, we can manage that. What are the contents within that profile groups? So we saw that each profile group has different tabs. Those are all profiles. So which one to display, which one to not underneath that profile group, you can configure that, extending the profile with custom data. So you have seen that custom reports are there, or any other custom data that you want to be part of this profile, you can extend that. So we'll just talk about profile layout. We'll be configuring profile. So overall layout, how it will look like, we will say we will be using a task called configure profile task. So the customer profile structure is managed via customer composite view profile. So the profile that drives overall view is customer composite view profile name that you can open as a part of configure profile task, and we can manage that. And this task allows administration of controlling the display and order of overall profile groups. All right. So you can tailor the user interface by showing, hiding, or reordering these profile groups. So let's see how configure profile looks like. So configure profile, sorry. So configure profile is a task name, and the profile that you'll be selecting is composite view of customer composite view profile. Once you say okay, now if you see here, there are sections, there are orders and display in profile. So display in profile checkbox uncheck check. If you uncheck, that specific section will not be displayed. So if you look at, we have overview, we have addresses and contracts, invoices, payments, assign roles, financial snapshot. Sorry, the correction is we can configure display of financial snapshot, then change history, process history. So all are out of box available here, but you can configure, you can reorder if you want, uncheck, check, reorder, and say that this is not applicable. So for example, your customer reports, you don't want to display. Financial snapshot, you don't want to display. All right. So you can just say uncheck, then say okay. And suppose I'll just open the new tab. I'll just duplicate this tab, and I'll just now open any customer. You'll notice that the custom reports will not be available as we uncheck this. So now if you look at after process history, custom reports tab has gone. If I again come here, again I will open customer composite profile, and I'll put back this custom reports and say okay, and I'll refresh this. Now custom reports again came. So this is how configure profile will manage these tabs. Top one tabs are profiles, and underneath those profiles you have profile groups, right? So now next task is how you can manage the group content. So likewise, there is a second task called configure profile group. So within this profile, you have multiple groups, right? Which has multiple tabs in each profile. So you can also manage that. You can customize these profile groups. You can add, remove, reorder. Likewise, for example, collection group can be configured to prominently display AR aging report, and record customer payment task can also be added. So let's see now. If you already seen now configure profile. Now you will see configure profile group, and you will see every profile group name. For example, if you want to make changes, let's say under overview, there are 8 tabs are available, right? Customer. So we'll search for this overview for, okay, let me search by, sometimes this search doesn't work. So you will go by manual selection, customer, composite view profile. Now you can see we have addresses assign all these profiles, right? So under overview, if I'll click on this profile group, now if you look at under this overview, we have these 8 items. You have an option to add, delete. You can reorder with the help of order column, and then you can also play around and display what you want. Suppose credit and collection is not applicable, or maybe let's say notes you don't want to display. You'll just say delete, and you'll say okay. Currently, here you see notes are there under overview profile group. Now if I reflect changes, that notes is gone. That is how you'll configure your profile groups. Overview profile group and manage the reports underneath. Right. So that's how you can use configure profile group. Profile is high level, profile group is second level. And extended data, create and edit custom object definition. So in case you want to maintain, let's say legacy customer ID, legacy data as a part of your contract or as a part of your invoice, then you'll be creating custom objects, and you'll be also creating custom fields. With the help of these custom objects, you'll be having custom fields, and you can track your business needs on your Workday pages. So to track business specific data not covered by standard work fields, you'll go for custom objects, and you'll also create custom fields in it. And these fields and then gets added as a part of your customer profile. It can, and definitely those custom objects are secured by your custom security domains to control the permissions of view and edit. So those can also be added as a part of customer objects, and it can also be added in your customer profile. Roles and responsibilities, we saw that customer profile also has assignable roles profile group, under which you see any collector or any assignable roles are assigned to that specific customer who is responsible for what. Then you can select that assignable role and assign the specific user who will be managing that role. So assignable roles, it allows you to enable the customer object as an assignable role. That means as an collector, who collector will actually perform collection for that customer account, right? Then as an individual, you'll be assigning someone to as a collector. So when you will be navigating to your customer profile, you will see under this assignable role, this collector is assigned to this account. So you can coordinate with that collector and have streamline your communication accountability to manage that customer account. Mass assignment is again in order for efficiency. The roles can be assigned in a bulk using mass assign customer role stars, allowing managers to easily assign portfolio of customers to a new team member. So in case of change in your teams, you can use mass assign customer role stars and do a mass assignment easily. All right, so let's see if is there any lab activity. Configure customer profile. So we already saw how we can configure profile. In terms of lab activity, you see here you need to have access to setup domain. Overall profile groups we saw, overview, address, contracts, all of these are part of profile. And we already saw that access configure profile to determine which profile groups will be displaying, and you'll be selecting customer composite view profile, and you can clear any one of the checkbox you want to hide from the view. Note overview tab contains all of the customer data and provides access to multiple edit access. If you add this tab, users can only view and edit customer information from related actions of the customer. So the overview tab is very important. It gives you all the important information about customers. So we need to be very careful while hiding any of this profile groups from this profile. And we also saw configure profile group tasks. So select one of the customer profile groups we saw, and we can add, remove, or reorder. Workday define selection list includes all standard custom reports. So we can also add custom reports that are available to display. For best display, don't select more than 10 groups. So obviously, we don't want to clumsy the view of this profile. So very commonly used or highly commonly used custom reports can be selected in this profile and display as a part of your custom reports tab. Keep it in mind that security determines the tabs that display each individual. All right. So this was about configure profile. All right. And then let's talk about configure customer profile requirements. Configuring profile requirements. So configuring customer profile requirements refers to the process of creating and customizing profile. Okay. So what are the key considerations? How you can customize your customer profile in order to align with your client's business needs, right? So customer profile is central hub, as we saw. All of these activities and informations are centralized under customer profile. So well-configured profile provides tailored workspace for your finance, credit, sales teams. So this is very, very important that you whoever teams managing customer and first customer profile, it is very important that you tailor the customer profile workspace so that it is useful for all the different teams that are coming here and view the profile. Ensure that they have right information and tools at their fingertips to manage your C2C lifecycle. This is very important key consideration. The configuration process transforms standard profile from simple data record into interactive and role-specific dashboards. So obviously there are many information activities are available as a part of profile. So it is very important that you maintain all the profile groups and profile relevant to your teams so that it will be interactive and based on security, the access can be visible to the users as a part of this profile. So in order to configure the overall profile layout, what all requirements you can consider? The visual structure and content of profile are highly customizable, as we saw, with the help of two main tasks, which is configure profile and configure profile groups. We need to have security domain access to this, obviously, set up system security domain. With configure profile task, we can configure the profile, which is a master task, which controls overall layout of your composite customer profile. It allows you to administer main sections of the profile, which are also known as profile groups, which includes displaying and hiding of your groups and reordering. We already saw that how we can manage displaying, hiding, unchecking the display and profile checkbox. It will hide the group, and you can also reorder the groups. Configure profile group also helps to manage your granular level control on the contents under each profile group. You can add, remove, reorders, as we already saw. We can add, remove these or reorders the reports which are part of profile group, and it also allows you to build curated dashboards for different functions. So if you have any dashboards, you can plug in here. For example, invoices and payments profile group can be configured to include tasks to view, edit, and pay invoices as well as record and apply payments. So any curated dashboard that you can think that it is useful for your teams, it can be built inside this build menu. You can associate those dashboards to perform those different functions and easy to access through this profile. Customer contacts and addresses, definitely this is again very important key section profile group, which actually used to configure your customer contact and addresses. And this is very key, the key information to send information of invoices to the correct location and persons so that goods and services can be shipped appropriately. And you need to have set up customer address and contacts domain access. Assigning roles for accountability. So who will be managing this customer? So there are certain rules that you can define which tracks who is responsible for managing this customer account, and Workday allows you to specify this role and the manager. Set up assignable roles, which allows you to enable customer as an assignable role, and you can specifically create collector or collection manager roles and assign to a specific individual workers. It will clearly defines who are the accountable for managing this customer account. And we saw that mass assigned customer roles are also can be useful efficiently to update the assignments. Extending the profile with custom data. So we saw in order to display custom data as part of this customer profile, if you have any custom objects defined in order to maintain your legacy data or any additional details that you want to record as a part of custom object, you can also do that, and you can create your own custom fields to store customer specific information. So for example, legacy account number, industry specific identifier, industry specific details, company specific details, which is not available in Workday, can be tracked as a part of custom object. And these fields you can configure and associate to the secret domains to control view and edit access and can be plugged into this profile. Branding and personalization is again one more thing that you can enhance user experience and maintain consistency of brand. with the help of adding company logo to your customer profile. So you can update the logo from customer update logo, and you can upload the logo which will be displayed on your customer profile. So, and you can also do a related task and transactions which will require access to the security domain of customer maintenance. So let's see quickly how it will look like. So we are at customer here. We saw profiles, profile groups, how we can manage, reorder, edit, update. You can also see that customer reports tab is here, which will display customer report list. You can add required reports, dashboards. You can also extend data using custom data. Then for branding purpose, you can come here, customer update logo. If you have a logo, you can select the file and then you can say okay. Then you'll see that the logo will come here for this customer. So this is how you'll consider the customer profile requirements. Let me share my screen quickly. So now we'll be talking about next topics in model 2, topic 5, which is maintain customer categories and groups. We'll see what is customer category, customer groups, what's the difference between them, and how to maintain them. What is customer category? It is the most fundamental classification for customers in Workday. So category, as the name suggests itself, it is for classification purpose. So what type of category? So in order to classify the customer that will be recording in customer in Workday, you will leverage customer category. What is the category of that customer will be maintaining as a customer category, and it is mandatory. It is one-to-one relationship between category and customer. Every customer must be assigned one category for sure. So it is mandatory field while setting up the customer in Workday. What is customer groups? It is basically more flexible and multi-dimensional way to classify customers. So it is again an additional way of categorizing or classifying your customer. So, but important difference is it is you can have many-to-many relationship between customer and groups, not necessarily only one-to-one. And one customer can have multiple groups at the same time. So difference between both of them is you can have one-to-one relationship for category, whereas you can have many-to-many relationship with the customer groups. Primary purpose is categories can be used for driving accounting via posting rules, and customer groups is primary purpose is actually for reporting and analysis purpose. It is not used for driving accounting. Customer category is mandatory. Customer group is actually optional. It is incorrectly mentioned mandatory. And example use case is determining the correct AR ledger account based on customer category, whether it's government or commercial entity. Accordingly, accounting can be takes place. And the use case for customer groups is actually creating a report for key accounts in North America region that are manufacturing industry. So you can have a group as manufacturing industry for the customer to identify it's part of manufacturing industry. How we can maintain setting up these classifications is a prerequisite for creating customer profile. So before going ahead and setting up the customer in Workday, we need to first set these customer categories and groups in Workday. And the process involves is defining category first and then assigning this during our customer creation. So what will happen is first you will create customer categories, and then you will also define and assign customer groups, and then while creating customer you will be leveraging these categories and groups. That's how the steps would be. Customer categories, we will be using maintain customer categories task in order to create and maintain customer categories. You can view existing categories as well as add new ones. We'll see in tenant how it looks like. We'll define the descriptive name for each category, such as either a software or professional services for the category. And you can also apply tax applicability such as VAT, GST for a given category. So let's see how it looks like in tenant. So the task name is maintain custom categories, customer categories. So maintain customer categories. Once you access this page, it is a very simple page comes up here, which says if you want to see existing categories, then you can scroll down and see these are the existing customer categories: consumer products, financial services, hospitality, intercompany. If you want to add here new, you will say software. So likewise, you can add it and just say okay. So that's it. It's a very simple, and then you can maintain using maintain customer categories. Then let's see, we'll go back and see groups. So customer groups are created to organize customers after the categories have been established. And these groupings can be useful for your business logic, such as your customer behavior. In order to group based on your customer behavior, your contribution size, or region, you can have grouping in place. And while creating and updating our customer profile, we can assign one or more customer groups. While creating customer, we can leverage customer category field, which is a mandatory field. We cannot skip it. And we can also tag customer group. We'll need to require to select appropriate category from the list while creating customer. We'll see that in the tenant quickly. And as I said, customer group is optional. It is not mandatory. So you can also tag one or more customer groups while creating customer for granular reporting and processing purpose. So let's see how to maintain customer group. In order to maintain customer group, we'll be leveraging maintain customer group task, maintain customer groups, and like categories, it is also easy to use. Just you'll be naming the customer group that you want to have it. Let's say manufacturing industry. So based on your grouping needs, you'll be having, for example, here tech industries, consulting firms, customers A to L, AM to the L. These are like some of the groups when given by Workday. You can also maintain your own list, and then you can say, okay, that's how the groups can be maintained. So while creating customer, you'll be using a task called create customer. And if you access this task, if you have access to this task, you'll see this task, and then you can see that you need to give a name, which is, let's say, HP. You want to set up a customer HP. Then you'll see status is active by default. Category, you will see now it's a red asterisk is coming over here, which indicates it's mandatory field. So we had defined software as customer category. You can leverage that. Customer group, there is no red asterisk here, so it is optional. But you can have more than one groups can be like it is manufacturing industry, consulting firm, tech industry, so can have more than one groups associated with this customer, and so on and so forth. You can give mandatory fields, give default currency, and then you can say okay. At, an, at a high level, you will see that create customer from business entity. So if you want to create a customer from a existing company or entity, you can also specify that, and then based on that company address, contacts, and all the details, customer will get created automatically. So this is again optional feature that you can leverage. You can specify payment terms here, which is also optional. Default tax code, if you want to specify, you can select the tax code. You can give default currency here. Customer security segment, again it's again from a, in order to have a specific set of people will have access to specific set of customers, then you'll be implementing customer security segment. So based on the segments, maybe by region or by set of other driving factors, you can specify security segments, and then certain set of users can only access certain set of customers. At that point in time, you'll be selecting that customer security segment here, and you're saying that only that segment users who have access to that segment can access this customer. So security driven customer security segment can be leveraged. Once you say okay here, you'll go inside and you'll see that the approval status is draft. Customer ID has been assigned for this HP, and all the other details that you have defaulted has come here. But this is a like proposed status, and the summary details at the right side. You can restrict this customer to a specific set of companies within Workday. You can scroll down and see there are many additional details are there where related work tag is also applicable here for customer, where you can say project or cost center or some other related work task can be defaulted. You see here division is required. You can default the values for the division. Then there are also other tabs actually available over here, but those are again optional. And if you see now, instead of okay, submit button is here coming up. So whenever you see submit button, it indicates that there is a workflow or business process behind this setup or behind this transaction. So on submission or from okay, you will see that if any errors are triggering, you will see that you need to fix those errors. Otherwise, business process will get triggered. If that business process has approval steps, then you will see that it is getting routed to that approvers to approve that setup or configuration or transaction. Once the approver approves that, then only that configuration or this customer will get approved, and it will be accessible or it will be operational. It will be effective to use in transactions. So there are multiple tabs here, which credits collection is there. Then payment details you can define, banking details, tax information, attachments, contact information. In contact information, you should have address and email addresses, phone number, instant messages, web address, email address is very important from your customer standpoint. So I'll show you any existing customer which will have all these details. So it will be easy to see the details rather than typing in new entry. And once you submit it, you will see now view details. Click on expansion view. Here, if you look at the process tab is coming up here, and you'll see that customer event BP has been triggered, and there is no approval in place, and hence, as an header login, I'm able to complete this customer creation. If I click on this HP customer, I'll go back to my customer profile page, and you'll see that now customer ID is created. It is in approved status now, and basic details are there. So now it's in approved status. This customer is now effective and operational. It is active and approved fully. So it is now ready for usage, ready to be used in your transactions. So this is how you'll be actually adding more details like contact, tax information, addresses, and then you'll complete this customer profile. So let's see existing customer which will have all these required details. So find customers is actually existing report, and you can locate this existing customer based on filters that you'll be putting in. And now Chopra Tech is there. So if you look at here, it has category group, parent. It has also division technology. It has payment details like net 30, default payment type, default currency INR, and mutual companies, interest rates, address and contact. You will see that phone number is defined, your address is defined, and it is address is mapped for billing, shipping, remit to, and it is public. You also have customer contacts here. So in terms of contact, you can add the email ID for the customer contacts who will be receiving the invoices. That is again one of the important configuration. Then connection map will see it soon. So if you try to set up the address and contacts, you will see that for country phone number is given. You're giving this phone number is useful for billing and shipping, remit to. For addresses, you'll see from which date effective address is effective from, and you can continue to have maintain and add new addresses with the new effective date here. You'll have address line 1, 2, 3, city, postal code, usage. You'll make this address as a primary for business and useful for billing, shipping, public. You can also add email, web addresses accordingly. This is how address and contact details can be added for any customer. The postal code and addresses has to be in a match with your state and country. Postal code validation is there in Workday. And then other tabs, contracts, invoice payments, those are actually based on transactions against this customer. You will see those in place. Contracts are there, invoices are there for this customer, and payments related stuff will also be there. So this is how categories groups will be used, and it is useful for your classification reporting purpose. So let's move on to the next topic, create customer. In a nutshell, actually I try to cover this in advance so that you can now connect the dots while going through the slides. Create customer. We already saw how to create customer, so we'll see the concepts also. Create customer is not just a data entry task, it is a foundational business process that serves the entry point for any entire contract to cash lifecycle. Properly created customer record is very essential for your accurate AR management, streamlined billing, and ensuring regulatory compliance by maintaining precise and identifiable data. So these are definitely key important points that we need to understand, that in order to maintain C2C entire lifecycle, create customer is very, very important key master data, and it has to be accurate for your overall C2C lifecycle. The process is governed by a combination of master data setup, transaction data entry, and robust security policies to ensure data integrity from very beginning. So obviously, you need to set up your master data. You will be keying in the transaction data entry like customer invoice or contract, and security also in place, which will ensure that accurate access is given and only set of users who have required to create transactions, so set up the configuration is given access to. So in a nutshell, combination of all these three areas will ensure the governance of process. So for creating a customer, definitely we saw that we need to have certain configuration in place upfront as a prerequisite. So before a user can successfully create customer, Workday tenant has to have certain set of foundational elements And these prerequisites should ensure that every new customer is created with a structured and reportable framework. So what are those foundation elements? Business process, customer event business process is there, that has to be in place. Security configuration has to be in place so that person who's going to create this customer should have access, and that security, domain security policy, business process security policy should be in place already. And security group has to be assigned to a person who will be creating customer. Domain security has to be in place, and the classification setup that we saw, customer category and customer group, has to be in place before we go for creation of customer. Business process security configuration, that's again prerequisite. We saw that customer event business process has to be in place in tenant, and it will govern the creation and modification of customer records. It has to be configured associated with the security policies. It will also derive the customer event business process security policy will ensure that we'll be initiating the request to create customer, will be approving the customer, and whatever validation steps occur, it provides essential control over master data of creation of customer. So business process and business process security policy for customer event is important as a prerequisite. Domain security, we saw user involved in processing of creation of this customer should be granted access to this security domain, set up customer maintenance and set up customer nodes. And it will have rights to view and edit necessary customer data fields, and it can user can set up customer accordingly with the help of domain security policies. Classification, we saw customer categories and groups. Categories must be defined upfront, and it is mandatory one-to-one relationship. While creating customer, we need to select that category, and it will be useful for reporting and posting receivable accounts, ledger accounts, to determine the correct ledger account per transaction. Customer groups, we already saw, it is useful. It is not mandatory, but it is optional. But it can have many-to-many relationship between customers and groups, and it will allow you to select multiple groups for reporting and analysis purpose. Execution and key attributes. So once these foundational elements are set up already in tenant, then user with appropriate permissions can definitely create customer in using create customer task. And this task involves entering key attributes that will define customers' financial behavior in Workday. So what are the key elements or key attributes? Customer category, what is the category of the customer? You will be selecting it while creating customer. You will be selecting optional customer group for reporting and analysis purpose. You can also default your tax code that we saw, that you can, it's an optional, but you can also default the tax code for customer. And customer security segment, which is also optional in order to segment the security of customer access. Again, a deep dive, customer category function is actually serve as a primary link for accounting purpose, and it is directly influencing which receivable account to be used to be posted in account posting rules. Constraint is customer can belong to only one category. Customer group we already saw, but again we will see. Function is to use for reporting analysis purpose and selection purpose. It allows for multi-dimension segmentation. Basically, multiple groups can be selected, and it is also used to identify intercompany transfers for automated internal transactions. So you can define intercompany as a customer group to identify this is an intercompany customer. Constraint, customer can belong to multiple groups, offering significant reporting flexibility. Default tax code function is actually to automate the application of transaction tax code. Whenever the customer is selected on customer invoice, if you specify the default tax code on customer, automatically the tax code gets applied on that customer invoice transactions, and it will ensure the automatic application of tax. It will streamline the invoice creation by pre-populating the tax information. Flexibility, default can be overridden on a transaction. Okay, so for a specific item on a different tax treatment point of view. So even though let's say tax code 20% is defaulted from customer on invoice, you can override the tax code based on your business needs on the invoice level, on a transaction line level. Customer security segment, again we already saw that it's a useful data security feature. By assigning customer to a security segment, you are restricting the user view and interaction of the customer record on a transaction basis based on whether the user security group has access to the segment or not. And this is often used in organizations where different business units or sales teams should not see each other's customer data. So wherever there is a need where each other's customer data, there is certain set of users should not be seeing other set of customers. The customer security segment comes in picture to implement the segregation of roles and responsibilities as well as security access. So we already saw how to create customer. So we'll see the lab activity here. So configure customer is a lab activity. If you look at here, prerequisites, categories, groups, payment terms, payment types. If it is needed, your BP customer event has to be there in place along with the security policies in BP, and the security has to be in place. Once everything is done, then you can set up customer with the help of create customer contract. Okay, sorry, create customer task. Then you can set up contacts and addresses, and you can also view invoices and payments. You can see assignable roles. You can restrict the to single assignments for. So suppose here assignable roles is there. You can restrict individual assignments to one worker per role by selecting restricted single assignment checkbox on maintain assignable roles. So maintain assignable roles is actually a separate task which will maintain the roles, and that role can be defined on a customer level as a collector or collection manager that we saw earlier. And if you have any custom reports, then you can plug into your custom reports profile group. And once you submit, customer event BP will get triggered. And if there is an approval in place, you have to approve that customer record, and then it will get approved and it will be activated. Process history will show you who has created this and who has approved it, all the details. And the grid displays only the first 10 business processes. So click view all to see more entries. So view all is also there in place. So we already saw how to create customers, how to add all these important sections on the customer. You can play around these sections and set up contract. We'll be moving on to the next topic, which is setting up bill to contacts. In this section or in this topic, we'll also talk about how to add bill to contacts, as well as there is more focus on the additional configuration, which is a project billing configuration. We'll talk about project billing configuration, and then we'll also add bill to contacts on the customer. So let's see project billing configuration. So what is project billing configuration? Whenever there is a project comes in place, there is a project like if your company as an HP, suppose you are implementing Workday customer accounts to HP products which sells to customers, right? And they have actually started a new project to create a new product, let's say. So based on the project milestones, based on project phases and task completion, HP employees getting staff, they're working on the project and completing the product. And as soon as that product is available, based on the product development milestones, you'll be billing to your customer based on the agreement that is between HP and client. So accordingly, you'll be creating a project, and project billing will come in picture. Based on project milestone, project progress, you'll be billing it to the customer. So project billing configuration takes place in order to meet that business needs. Set up project billing configuration is a task which is a central hub in Workday. In order to define the project billing configuration, you'll be using this task for defining how the system manages and processes billable projects. So this scenario is actually a billable project transactions, and this is the foundational setup for project to cash lifecycle. So why it is critical? In order to govern your accounting. So controls deferred billable cost accounting and revenue offsets. You can govern how to account your deferred billable cost as well as revenue offsets with the help of this configuration. So it is very critical. Automate processes. It will enable automatic calculation of transactions based on billable status changes. So whenever there is a change in billable status, ready to build, then it will calculate the transactions and it will be ready for billing. So automation of that process will be governed by this configuration. You can also enforce business rules. So allow you to set required fields and reasons for transaction adjustments and transfers. So you can set up the required fields and reasons with the help of this configuration. It will also improve data integrity to prevent the deletion of critical time data that has been billed or recognized for revenue. What are the prerequisites and security before configuring this configuration? Security access has to be in place. To access these settings, user must have access to set up project billing configuration domain. And this domain is located in project billing functional area. What is the context? These configuration screens allow you to define system-wide rules for project billings. As we saw, we'll be seeing it in tenant, that this configuration will be allowing to system-wide rules for project billing. It will ensure consistency accuracy across projects and customer contracts. A quick deep dive here. Project transfer options tab is there. So let's see in the tenant quickly how it will look like. I'll duplicate the tab. Set up project billing. So this is a task. You'll see that project transfer options, transfer reasons, revenue, billing, and time. Each tab have different sets of configuration that you can define, and it will be applicable system wide. So you have project transfer like accounting adjustment date, reason, transfer reason required or not, allow transfer within closed time and periods or not, transfer reasons. You can have multiple transfer reasons. Reason name description can be given. You can select one of them, one of the reason as default. Under revenue, you can say revenue offset for invoiced billable transaction should be applicable or not. Costing of revenue recognition accounting should be enabled or not. Billing automatically recalculate transactions or not. Recalculate transactions with the billing status or not. Reset invoice transaction to billing status. So it will be ready to bill. You can reset to the billing transaction status. Transaction types which are applicable for adjustments, which are expenses, miscellaneous expense of type, and then enable the customer edition for customer invoice proposal. So this is actually a certain tenant level system-wide configurations that you are saying there, whether it's applicable from project billing process point of view or not, and accordingly, you skip or set according to the business needs. And the time set is actually saying that to prevent the deletion of worker time blocks, you can say that worker time blocks that meet any of the selected criteria can't be deleted, whether for a specific set of billing activity or revenue recognition activity, project activity, you cannot delete worker time blocks. So that is how a system-wide revenue billing calculation, revenue billing, project billing configuration can be set up. So let's quickly go through description. Accounting adjustment date. Accounting adjustment date defines the accounting date for the transfer. So if you're doing a project transfer from one project to another project, the transfer of transaction, then you will you can use this accounting adjustment date, which defines the accounting date for transfer. So you can select date or transaction date based on your business needs. You will also define why you are doing this adjustment. So you can define the adjustment reason as a mandatory reason if it is required must configure while project transfers. You can define these reasons with the help of maintain accounting adjustment changes and code tasks. It's a separate task where you can define the adjustment reasons. Transfer reason required. If it is required, you can say selected yes, otherwise you can deselect. But let's make it mandatory to provide reason when transferring non-labor project transactions. Set the default transfer reason that populates automatically when transferring unpaid non-labor project transactions. So you can have multiple reasons and one of them can be defaulted automatically. Once this checkbox is enabled by Workday, then transfer reason is actively being used. And reason that is in use cannot be deleted. Revenue offset for invoice billable transaction, which actually prevents Workday from creating revenue offset installments for transactions where you have already accrued the revenue. And this will simplify your accounting adjustment. So if you already accrued revenue, then it will not create offset revenue for these billable transactions if you select this checkbox. Enable deferred billable project cost accounting. When you enable this, Workday generates operation journals to recognize the cost of non-labor billable projects at the same time you recognize the revenue. So once you enable, this cannot be disabled. So we have to be very careful. Automatically recalculate transactions. Select to have Workday automatically recalculate billable project transactions when there is a change to associated billing schedule rate sheet or contract. And if unchecked, Workday flags transactions for manual review. So whenever you check this, Workday will automatically recalculate billable project transactions. Otherwise, it has to be manually reviewed. And recalculation of transaction with billing status is again when automatic recalculation is on. This setting specifies the billing status, for example, ready to bill that triggers the recalculation. So whenever we are while reviewing the billable transactions, if you flip the status to ready to bill, it will recalculate the transaction based on billing status. Reset invoice transaction to billing status. So it is setting the default billing status that is invoice transaction returns to when the invoice is denied, cancelled, or credited. So by default, Workday uses ready to bill. So whenever there is a denied, cancelled, and credited, it will default reset to the billing status. Add separate tabs in transaction grid allows you to switch transaction grid from default tab to single wide grid with all the fields. This offers more consultative view. So if you want to hide separate tabs in the transaction grid, definitely you can adjust the UI with the help of this option. Transaction types for adjustments. So there are multiple transaction types that we saw that can be configured, which will be allowed to modify in mass. Enable custom validation for invoice proposal. By default, this option is checked, which will extend your custom validations or your customer invoice proposals too, along with your invoices to ensure the consistency. So time tab we saw. So you can prevent deletion of time blocks based on billing activity, revenue recognition activity, and project billing activity. So what it means, if time blocks matches the selected billing status, so billing activity, then time blocks cannot be deleted. Revenue recognition status, if revenue has been scheduled or recognized, then time block cannot be deleted. If the project is inactive, if the project end date has passed, and combination of both, if active and end date has passed, then block project block the time block for that project cannot be deleted. And include intercompany billing, which will also extend the deletion block related to intercompany billable transaction cannot be deleted. So this is a prevention configuration. You don't have a lab activity for project billing configuration. So we'll move on to the next topic, which is setup bill to contacts. So setup bill to contacts is nothing but on your customer under the addresses and contacts. You can add your contacts, your customer contacts, right? So you already have contact information, right? You already added phone number and addresses. This is again a part of contact. But then customer contacts is actually separate setup, which is a setup built to contact. So what it means is when you say add, it will also give you first name, last name. So this is basically contact from the customer. So let's say John is a name who is actually from customer Chopra Tech, let's say. So we receive the contact that this is the person who will be from Chopra Tech, will be dealing with you in case of any customer interaction needed. So you'll be setting the customer contact name here, first name, last name. Then you'll come here as a contact information, and you'll, if you have the phone number of that customer contact, you can add it here. This is the individual contact, not the customer overall contact that we configured in addresses. This is specific to this person. You're configuring the contact details. The phone number, addresses, email is specific to this person that you're giving the details here and configuring it. And you'll say okay. So what you're saying is this person contact details, specific contact details we received for this contact from this customer, who will be dealing with, who will be also receiving the customer invoices, with whom you'll be dealing with directly for this customer. And when you say here, once you added the contact, you see that primary bill to contact, bill to default, bill to, these are no. So what you can do is you can set up bill to contacts. You can go here and edit. Let's add address and let's use accurate postal code, which is valid definitely. You cannot use any random postal code in Workday. Workday has a validation in place. So while adding the contact, you can say that it's work contact. It is primary work, useful for your billing, your shipping, based on your need, mailing, and you can have multiple addresses too. Alright. So I have added, and then let me see. We added this 11 to effective date as 1/1/2025. Let's add email to @abc.com. Work useful for billing, shipping both. So now contact email ID was important because you need to email invoices, right? So that's where earlier it was not coming. So once you add the email addresses, you can say that this is my primary bill to contact as well as default bill to contact on invoice. You can have multiple contacts for one customer, right? So one of them would be a primary and default too. And you can also mention that this primary bill to contact is for which documents: invoice, contract, statement, dunning letter. Like collection letter is there, customer statement is, dunning letter is going out for these customers, right? So you can specify for which document which is going to email to the customer, which contact will be a primary default bill to contact, and accordingly you can say okay. So the bill to contact is very important in order to receive collection, invoice, statement, or dunning letter. So these, based on your setting, along with this bill to contacts, these contacts can also be receiving. So this overall contact and specific bill to contacts can be receiving the email documents. So it is very important to set up bill to contacts for customer. And if you look at the activity, Workday helps you to manage process of emailing the customer documents, right? You can email documents. You need to use default bill to contacts in billing schedule documents. identify primary contact, and then define customer contact for different documents. So if you want to define different contacts for each document, you can do that also. So you will open the customer profile, you will find the customer, you will open the customer, you will select the addresses contact tab, and under that you will go to contacts and bill to contacts, and all the details that we saw here, you can go through this. And there's an additional setup at a tenant level under edit tenant setup notification tasks, which can be configured a notification delivery settings to trigger email notification automatically. So this is a tenant level setup which has to be enabled in order to trigger emails automatically. So result would be when you generate custom invoice, Workday displays default bill to contacts in bill to contact field of the invoice. So whatever contact John you have given on the customer, and if you're creating a customer invoice for this customer, the bill to contact will get automatically defaulted. I'll show you quickly here how bill to contact will get triggered. If I'm creating customer invoice for this customer, I'll use create customer invoice task. Let's say for GMS USA, let's say existing entity, select take. Now automatically from customer record, bill to address has defaulted, currency has defaulted, payment terms, payment type has defaulted, and if you come down, bill to contact, if you look at here, is also defaulted. John Igni. Other work tasks also got defaulted on transaction. Alright. So this is how bill to contact gets defaulted if you set up on customer record, which is a primary and default as well. So we'll move on to the next topic, which is a connection map. Connection map, what is connection map and functions and its downstream impact, we'll see quickly. Connection map is actually a powerful feature on customer profile, but is used to establish and manage the relationship between customers' different addresses. So one customer can have multiple addresses, right? So in order to manage the relationship between customers' different addresses, we can use this connection map. The primary function is to create formal link between customers' primary billing contact and their various shipping or service delivery locations. So in we have to establish the link between primary billing contact and other ship to locations or service delivery locations. Then you'll be setting this connection map, and you will specify that this bill to contact billing contact will have this ship to contact, right? And hence Workday will can automatically default the ship to contact also. Core function and impact. Configuring the connection map is essential for any business that builds central entity but delivers goods and services to multiple locations. So obviously you have multiple locations to be shipped to, and you have multiple addresses on your customer record. So this connection map is very essential in this scenario where business is billing central entity but delivering multiple goods and services to multiple locations. It is important in evident that in several downstream processes are involved in this. In order to have accurate tax calculation, we need to have a accurate location, obviously. So connection map is important to drive that factor. Streamlining the complex billing and invoicing. So obviously specific location, address and contact has to be in place on your invoice billing, and in case of multiple addresses, so that accuracy has to be there, streamlining has to be there, and improving the document accuracy. It is very important that connection map is established. Enabling the accurate tax calculation, what does that mean? So crucial function of connection map is to enable the destination based sales tax, right? So by default, Workday may apply tax based on the bill to customer address. So by default, Workday actually applies tax based on bill to customer address. But if connection map is established, it will allow you to enable destination based sales tax application. So connection map is configured, then it will unlock ship to customer and ship to address fields on your invoice lines. And this will allow you to specify the exact delivery location, prompting to Workday to apply correct tax code for that specific jurisdiction. So once you configure the connection map, ship to customer and ship to address gets enabled on your invoices. And hence, based on your default setup on connection map, it gets auto-populated, or you can also select whichever specific location, ship to location you want to select on invoice, and according to that delivery location, the application of correct tax code will be applied on your invoice, and accurate tax reporting will be take place. And without that, if the connection map is not configured, then these ship to customer, ship to address fields will not be appearing on invoice, and Workday defaults using the tax code from bill to customer. which can lead to a incorrect task calculation and compliance issues. So this is very important. You establish the connection map setup for accurate tax calculation on your invoice. Streamlining complex billing and invoicing, it will allow you to manage scenarios where single corporate headquarters is billed or services rendered at multiple branch offices and locations. And when creating invoices, user can select appropriate ship to location from the list of established connections, ensuring invoice gets accurately reflects the transaction details. So whenever the corporate headquarters is billed for multiple branch offices locations, you should have an ability to select the specific ship to location so that accurate transaction details will apply on your billing and invoices. So connection map is useful in that sense. Improving document accuracy, so addresses defined in connection map are automatically pulled into your key documents like contracts or invoices. Obviously, accurate address on your invoice or on your contracts improves your accuracy, and it reduces the manual data entry issues and minimizes the risk of sending documents to wrong addresses, ensuring that all parties have clear and accurate record of billing and shipping details. In order to establish this connection map, you need to have this prerequisite and security in place. Customer creation, customer has to be present in your Workday. Then under the address and contact details, customer profile must have relevant addresses and at least one billing address and one or more shipping addresses has to be there. You cannot connect addresses that have been not entered in the system. So you must have addresses in place already on your customer. You also should have access to customer contacts and customer maintenance setup domains to establish connection map. How will you configure this? So you'll be navigating to your customer profile. You'll search for the customer. You'll edit the customer. So you'll go to related action. You can edit. You can access address and contact. You can go to edit screen also and go to address contact profile group tab. Locate the connection map and you will find that configuring bill to contact, ship to contacts connections inside that connection map tab. You will first select the primary bill to contact. You will associate the address. This will be the central billing point. And then next, associate one or more ship to business connections with that primary bill to contact. You will select from the list of shipping address, which is already entered on your profile. You will save the changes. Once you save, you have linked the bill to contacts to all relevant ship to addresses. And that's how you'll establish the connection. So let's see I will set up the connection map. Right now, I have only one address, right? So if you locate the customer on which you want to establish the connection, you will come here, you will go to addresses and contact. You will see here now connection map is there. You have access. That's why you are able to see edit. You'll go here, edit. There is a plus button. So now if you look at for this ship to customer, you are defaulting ship to customer as well. So you are also defaulting ship to address. Since we have only one address, we can select this. Otherwise, you can have multiple addresses and you can specify which default ship to customer and default ship to addresses out of them. And this will help the establishment of connection between your build to and ship to. This way, once it is set up, you can see now that if I try to create a customer invoice earlier, I see a bill to contact here, right? And there is no ship to details under bill to contact section, bill to address section. Now, let me cancel this and let me show you. If I try to create customer invoice now after the establishment of connection map, as soon as I select customer now, you will now see that under bill to address now, you also see ship to customer gets auto defaulted. Ship to address is also getting auto defaulted. So this will be efficiently auto defaulting the accurate ship to customer ship to address in case of multiple addresses locations in place, and accurate tax application also comes in picture here. Otherwise, this ship to address is not coming in earlier. If you don't establish connection map, it will not be available. So accurate tax application, accurate details and accuracy of your document will be easily managed with the help of connection map. And here also, if you look at the line level, also ship to customer and ship to address is getting auto defaulted. So that's it from connection map point of view, and let's see the activity for connection map. So connection map activity says that you will be going to enable the connection map. You will add or remove ship to customer relationship Establish default ship to customer for customer invoice contact. Select optional default ship to customer for each combination of bill to ship to. This will be available only in case you have multiple addresses. Send invoices to single billing customer that includes multiple ship to customers. So how will you do that? You will access that connection map under addresses and contact from your customer profile. You can add, edit, remove, ship to business connection grid, and these are the details. Workday applies your existing segmented security to ship to customer also. In case you are segmented security in place, the same will be applicable ship to customer as well. And addresses to protect the customer privacy also. So it masks the names and addresses throughout Workday as per your segment. Result is ship to customer connections are now available for use in ship to customer and ship to address fields on your contract and invoices. Otherwise, these fields will not be available on your document if you don't set up the customer connection map. So customer connection map is important for these scenarios. And we already saw that you can come here to customer, you can go to this connection map, you can add, you can also maintain, you can delete with the help of this row, remove row. You can add multiple connections here and one of them would be default. Okay. That's how the connection map is useful for.
Hey there! Want to get really good at managing the full billing cycle? Our Workday Contract to Cash course is here to help. You can learn everything at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about Workday C2C. It's like a smart toolbox that helps you handle contracts, billing, revenue, and payments cleanly and easily. Our course covers everything you need from simple basics to advanced steps. It is made by experts who really know this process well. Your trainers are pros who have worked with Workday for many years. They are here to guide you, support you, and answer all your questions. And don't just take our word for it. Our learners love this course too. People just like you have found this training very helpful for their Workday career. Best part? It is budget friendly. This great chance to learn comes at a very good price. Ready to become a Workday Contract to Cash Pro? Sign up on our page now. And for more details, check out Zarentech's website.
Let me share my screen quickly. So now we'll be talking about next topics in model 2, topic 5, which is maintain customer categories and groups. We'll see what is customer category, customer groups, what's the difference between them, and how to maintain them. What is customer category? It is the most fundamental classification for customers in Workday. So category, as the name suggests itself, it is for classification purpose. So what type of category? So in order to classify the customer that will be recording in customer in Workday, you will leverage customer category. What is the category of that customer will be maintaining as a customer category, and it is mandatory. It is one-to-one relationship between category and customer. Every customer must be assigned one category for sure. So it is mandatory field while setting up the customer in Workday. What is customer groups? It is basically more flexible and multi-dimensional way to classify customers. So it is again an additional way of categorizing or classifying your customer. So, but important difference is it is you can have many-to-many relationship between customer and groups, not necessarily only one-to-one. And one customer can have multiple groups at the same time. So difference between both of them is you can have one-to-one relationship for category, whereas you can have many-to-many relationship with the customer groups. Primary purpose is categories can be used for driving accounting via posting rules, and customer groups is primary purpose is actually for reporting and analysis purpose. It is not used for driving accounting. Customer category is mandatory. Customer group is actually optional. It is incorrectly mentioned mandatory. And example use case is determining the correct AR ledger account based on customer category, whether it's government or commercial entity. Accordingly, accounting can be takes place. And the use case for customer groups is actually creating a report for key accounts in North America region that are manufacturing industry. So you can have a group as manufacturing industry for the customer to identify it's part of manufacturing industry. How we can maintain setting up these classifications is a prerequisite for creating customer profile. So before going ahead and setting up the customer in Workday, we need to first set these customer categories and groups in Workday. And the process involves is defining category first and then assigning this during our customer creation. So what will happen is first you will create customer categories, and then you will also define and assign customer groups. And then while creating customer, you will be leveraging these categories and groups. That's how the steps would be. Customer categories. We will be using maintain customer categories task in order to create and maintain customer categories. You can view existing categories as well as add new ones. We'll see in tenant how it looks like. We'll define the descriptive name for each category, such as either a software or professional services for the category. And you can also apply tax applicability such as VAT, GST for a given category. So let's see how it looks like in tenant. So the task name is maintain custom categories, customer categories. So maintain customer categories. Once you access this page, it is a very simple page comes up here, which says if you want to see existing categories, then you can scroll down and see these are the existing customer categories: consumer products, financial services, hospitality, intercompany. If you want to add here new, you will say software. So likewise, you can add it and just say okay. So that's it. It's a very simple, and then you can maintain using maintain customer categories. Then let's see. We'll go back and see groups. So customer groups are created to organize customers after the categories have been established. And these groupings can be useful for your business logic, such as your customer behavior. In order to group based on your customer behavior, your contribution size, or region, you can have grouping in place. And while creating and updating our customer profile, we can assign one or more customer groups. While creating customer, we can leverage customer category field, which is a mandatory field. We cannot skip it. And we can also tag customer group. Will need to require to select appropriate category from the list while creating customer. We'll see that in the tenant quickly. And as I said, customer group is optional. It is not mandatory. So you can also tag one or more customer groups while creating customer for granular reporting and processing purpose. So let's see how to maintain customer group. In order to maintain customer group, we'll be leveraging maintain customer group task, maintain customer groups, and like categories, it is also easy to use. Just you'll be naming the customer group that you want to have it. Let's say manufacturing industry. So based on your grouping needs, you'll be having, for example, here tech industries, consulting firms, customers A to L, AM to the L. These are like some of the groups when given by Workday. You can also maintain your own list, and then you can say okay. That's how the groups can be maintained. So while creating customer, you'll be using a task called create customer. And if you access this task, if you have access to this task, you'll see this task, and then you can see that you need to give a name, which is, let's say, HP. You want to set up a customer HP. Then you'll see status is active by default. Category, you will see now it's a red asterisk is coming over here, which indicates it's mandatory field. So we had defined software as customer category. You can leverage that. Customer group, there is no red asterisk here, so it is optional. But you can have more than one groups can be, like it is manufacturing industry, consulting firm, tech industry, so can have more than one groups associated with this customer, and so on and so forth. You can give mandatory fields, give default currency, and then you can say okay. At an at a high level, you will see that create customer from business entity. So if you want to create a customer from a existing company or entity, you can also specify that, and then based on that company address, contacts, and all the details, customer will get created automatically. So this is again optional feature that you can leverage. You can specify payment terms here, which is also optional. Default tax code, if you want to specify, you can select the tax code. You can give default currency here. Customer security segment, again it's again from a, in order to have a specific set of people will have access to specific set of customers, then you'll be implementing customer security segment. So based on the segments, maybe by region or by set of other driving factors, you can specify security segments, and then certain set of users can only access certain set of customers. At that point in time, you'll be selecting that customer security segment here, and you're saying that only that segment users who have access to that segment can access this customer. So security driven customer security segment can be leveraged. Once you say okay here, you'll go inside and you'll see that the approval status is draft. Customer ID has been assigned for this HP, and all the other details that you have defaulted is come here. But this is a like proposed status, and the summary details at the right side. You can restrict this customer to a specific set of companies within Workday. You can scroll down and see there are many additional details are there where related work tag is also applicable here for customer. where you can say project or cost center or some other related work task can be defaulted. You see here division is required. You can default the values for the division. Then there are also other tabs actually available over here, but those are again optional. And if you see now, instead of okay, submit button is here coming up. So whenever you see submit button, it indicates that there is a workflow or business process behind this setup or behind this transaction. So on submission or from okay, you will see that if any errors are triggering, you will see that you need to fix those errors. Otherwise, business process will get triggered. If that business process has approval steps, then you will see that it is getting routed to that approvers to approve that setup or configuration or transaction. Once the approver approves that, then only that configuration or this customer will get approved, and it will be accessible or it will be operational. It will be effective to use in transactions. So there are multiple tabs here, which credits collection is there. Then payment details you can define, banking details, tax information, attachments, contact information. In contact information, you should have address and email addresses, phone number, instant messages, web address, email address is very important from your customer standpoint. So I'll show you any existing customer which will have all these details. So it will be easy to see the details rather than typing in new entry. And once you submit it, you will see now view details. Click on expansion view. Here, if you look at the process tab is coming up here, and you'll see that customer event BP has been triggered, and there is no approval in place, and hence, as an header login, I'm able to complete this customer creation. If I click on this HP customer, I'll go back to my customer profile page and you'll see that now customer ID is created. It is in approved status now and basic details are there. So now it's in approved status. This customer is now effective and operational. It is active and approved fully. So it is now ready for usage, ready to be used in your transactions. So this is how you'll be actually adding more details like contact, tax information, addresses, and then you'll complete this customer profile. So let's see existing customer which will have all these required details. So find customers is actually existing report, and you can locate this existing customer based on filters that you'll be putting in. And now Chopra Tech is there. So if you look at here, it has category group parent. It has also division technology. It has payment details like net 30, default payment type, default currency INR, and mutual companies, interest rates, address and contact. You will see that phone number is defined, your address is defined, and it is address is mapped for billing, shipping, remit to, and it is public. You also have customer contacts here. So in terms of contact, you can add the email ID for the customer contacts who will be receiving the invoices. That is again one of the important configuration. Then connection map will see it soon. So if you try to set up the address and contacts, you will see that for country phone number is given. You're giving this phone number is useful for billing and shipping remit to. For addresses, you'll see from which date effective address is effective from, and you can continue to have maintain and add new addresses with the new effective date here. You'll have address line 1, 2, 3, city, postal code, usage. You'll make this address as a primary for business and useful for billing, shipping, public. You can also add email, web addresses accordingly. This is how address and contact details can be added for any customer. The postal code and addresses has to be in a match with your state and country. Postal code validation is there in Workday. And then other tabs, contracts, invoice payments, those are actually based on transactions against this customer. You will see those in place. Contracts are there, invoices are there for this customer, and payments related stuff will also be there. So this is how categories groups will be used, and it is useful for your classification reporting purpose. So let's move on to the next topic, create customer. In a nutshell, actually I try to cover this in advance so that you can now connect the dots while going through the slides. Create customer. We already saw how to create customer, so we'll see the concepts also. Create customer is not just a data entry task; it is a foundational business process that serves the entry point for any entire contract to cash lifecycle. Properly created customer record is very essential for your accurate AR management, streamlined billing, and ensuring regulatory compliance by maintaining precise and identifiable data. So these are definitely key important points that we need to understand, that in order to maintain C2C entire life cycle, create customer is very, very important key master data, and it has to be accurate for your overall C2C life cycle. The process is governed by a combination of master data setup, transaction data entry, and robust security policies to ensure data integrity from very beginning. So obviously, you need to set up your master data. You will be keying in the transaction data entry like customer invoice or contract, and security also in place, which will ensure that accurate access is given and only set of users who are required to create transactions or set up the configuration is given access to. So in a nutshell, combination of all these three areas will ensure the governance of process. So for creating a customer, definitely we saw that we need to have certain configuration in place upfront as a prerequisite. So before a user can successfully create customer, Workday tenant has to have certain set of foundational elements, and these prerequisites should ensure that every new customer is created with the structured and reportable framework. So what are those foundation elements? Business process, customer event business process is there, that has to be in place. Security configuration has to be in place so that person who's going to create this customer should have access, and that security, domain security policy, business process security policy should be in place already, and security group has to be assigned to a person who will be creating customer. Domain security has to be in place, and the classification setup that we saw, customer category and customer group has to be in place before we go for creation of customer. Business process security configuration, that's again prerequisite. We saw that customer event business process has to be in place in tenant, and it will govern the creation and modification of customer records. It has to be configured associated with the security policies. It will also derive the customer event business process security policy will ensure that we'll be initiating the request to create customer, will be approving the customer, and whatever validation steps occur, it provides essential control over master data of creation of customer. So business process and business process security policy for customer event is important as a prerequisite. Domain security, we saw user involved in processing of creation of this customer should be granted access to this security domain, set up customer maintenance and set up customer nodes. And it will have rights to view and edit necessary customer data fields, and it can user can set up customer accordingly with the help of domain security policies. Classification, we saw customer categories and groups. Categories must be defined upfront, and it is mandatory one-to-one relationship. While creating customer, we need to select that category, and it will be useful for reporting and posting receivable accounts, ledger accounts, to determine the correct ledger account for transaction. Customer groups, we already saw, it is useful. It is not mandatory, but it is optional, but it can have many to many relationship between customers and groups, and it will allow you to select multiple groups for reporting and analysis purpose. Execution and key attributes. So once these foundational elements are set up already in tenant, then user with appropriate permissions can definitely create customer in using create customer task. And this task involves entering key attributes that will define customers' financial behavior in Workday. So what are the key elements or key attributes? Customer category, what is the category of the customer? You will be selecting it while creating customer. You will be selecting optional customer group for reporting and analysis purpose. You can also default your tax code that we saw, that you can, it's an optional, but you can also default the tax code for customer, and customer security segment, which is also optional in order to segment the security of customer access. Again, a deep dive, customer category function is actually serve as a primary link for accounting purpose, and it is directly influencing which receivable account to be used to be posted in account posting rules. Constraint is customer can have belong to only one category. Customer group we already saw, but again we will see. Function is to use for reporting analysis purpose and selection purpose. It allows for multi-dimension segmentation. Basically, multiple groups can be selected, and it is also used to identify intercompany transfers for automated internal transactions. So you can define intercompany as a customer group to identify this is an intercompany customer. Constraint, customer can belong to multiple groups offering significant reporting flexibility. Default tax code function is actually to automate the application of transaction tax code. Whenever the customer is selected on customer invoice, if you specify the default tax code on customer, automatically the tax code gets applied on that customer invoice transactions, and it will ensure the automatic application of tax. It will streamline the invoice creation by pre-populating the tax information. Flexibility default can be overridden on a transaction. Okay, so for a specific item on a different tax treatment point of view. So even though let's say tax code 20% is defaulted from customer on invoice, you can override the tax code based on your business needs on the invoice level, on a transaction line level. Customer security segment, again, we already saw that it's a useful data security feature. By assigning customer to a security segment, you are restricting the user view and interaction of the customer record on a transaction basis based on whether the user security group has access to the segment or not. And this is often used in organizations where different business units or sales teams should not see each other's customer data. So wherever there is a need where each other's customer data, there is certain set of users should not be seeing other set of customers. The customer security segment comes in picture to implement the segregation of roles and responsibilities as well as security access. So we already saw how to create customer. So we'll see the lab activity here. So configure customer is a lab activity. If you look at here, prerequisites, categories, groups, payment terms, payment types. If it is needed, your BP customer event has to be there in place along with the security policies in BP, and the security has to be in place. Once everything is done, then you can set up customer with the help of create customer contract. Okay, sorry, create customer task. Then you can set up contacts and addresses, and you can also view invoices and payments. You can see assignable roles. You can restrict the to single assignments for. So suppose here assignable roles is there. You can restrict individual assignments to one worker per role by selecting restricted to single assignment checkbox on maintain assignable roles. So maintain assignable roles is actually a separate task which will maintain the roles, and that role can be defined on a customer level as a collector or collection manager that we saw earlier. And if you have any custom reports, that you can plug into your custom reports profile group. And once you submit, customer event BP will get triggered. And if there is an approval in place, you have to approve that customer record, and then it will get approved and it will be activated. Process history will show you who has created this and who has approved it, all the details. And the grid displays only the first 10 business processes. So click view all to see more entries. So view all is also there in place. So we already saw how to create customers, how to add all these important sections on the customer. You can play around these sections and set up contract. We'll be moving on to the next topic, which is setting up bill to contacts. In this section or in this topic, we'll also talk about how to add bill to contacts, as well as there is more focus on the additional configuration, which is a project billing configuration. We'll talk about project billing configuration, and then we'll also add bill to contacts on the customer. So let's see project billing configuration. So what is project billing configuration? Whenever there is a project comes in place, there is a project like if your company as an HP, suppose you are implementing Workday customer accounts to HP products which sells to customers, right? And they have actually started a new project to create a new product, let's say. So based on the project milestones, based on project phases and task completion, HP employees getting staff, they're working on the project and completing the product. And as soon as that product is available, based on the product development milestones, you'll be billing to your customer based on the agreement that is between HP and client. So accordingly, you'll be creating a project, and project billing will come in picture based on project milestones, project progress. You'll be billing it to the customer. So project billing configuration takes place in order to meet that business needs. Setup project billing configuration is the task which is a central hub in Workday. In order to define the project billing configuration, you'll be using this task for defining how the system manages and processes billable projects. So this scenario is actually a billable project transactions, and this is the foundational setup for project to cash lifecycle. So why it is critical? In order to govern your accounting. So controls deferred billable cost accounting and revenue offsets. You can govern how to account your deferred billable cost as well as revenue offsets with the help of this configuration. So it is very critical. Automate processes. It will enable automatic calculation of transactions based on billable status changes. So whenever there is a change in billable status, ready to build, then it will calculate the transactions and it will be ready for billing. So automation of that process will be governed by this configuration. You can also enforce business rules, so allow you to set required fields and reasons for transaction adjustments and transfers. So you can set up the required fields and reasons with the help of this configuration. It will also improve data integrity to prevent the deletion of critical time data that has been billed or recognized for revenue. What are the prerequisites and security before configuring this configuration? Security access has to be in place. To access these settings, user must have access to set up project billing configuration domain, and this domain is located in project billing functional area. What is the context? These configuration screens allow you to define system-wide rules for project billings. As we saw, we'll be seeing it in 10 and sorry, that this configuration will be allowing to system-wide rules for project billing. It will ensure consistency accuracy across projects and customer contracts. A quick deep dive here. Project transfer options tab is there. So let's see in the tenant quickly how it will look like. I'll duplicate the tab. Set up project billing. So this is a task. You'll see that project transfer options, transfer reasons, revenue, billing, and time. Each tab have different sets of configuration that you can define, and it will be applicable system wide. So you have project transfer like accounting adjustment date, reason, transfer reason required or not, allow transfer within closed time entry periods or not, transfer reasons. You can have multiple transfer reasons. Reason name description can be given. You can select one of them, one of the reason as default. Under revenue, you can say revenue offset for invoiced billable transaction should be applicable or not. Costing of revenue recognition accounting should be enabled or not. Billing, automatically recalculate transactions or not. Recalculate transactions with the billing status or not. Reset invoice transaction to billing status, so it will be ready to bill. You can reset to the billing transaction status. Transaction types which are applicable for adjustments, which are expenses, miscellaneous expense of type, and then enable the customer edition for customer invoice proposal. So this is actually a certain tenant level system-wide configuration that you are saying that whether it's applicable from project billing process point of view or not, and accordingly you either you skip or set according to the business needs. And the time set is actually saying that to prevent the deletion of worker time blocks, you can say that worker time blocks that meet any of the selected criteria can't be deleted, whether for a specific set of billing activity or revenue recognition activity, project activity, you cannot delete worker time blocks. So that is how a system-wide revenue billing calculation, revenue billing, project billing configuration can be set up. So let's quickly go through description. Accounting adjustment date. Accounting adjustment date defines the accounting date for the transfer. So if you're doing a project transfer from one project to another project, the transfer of transaction, then you will you can use this accounting adjustment date, which defines the accounting date for transfer. So you can select date transaction date based on your business needs. You will also define why you are doing this adjustment. So you can define the adjustment reason as a mandatory reason. If it is required, must configure while project transfers. You can define these reasons with the help of maintain accounting adjustment change reason code task. It's a separate task where you can define the adjustment reasons. Transfer reason required. If it is required, you can say selected yes, otherwise you can deselect. But it is, let's make it mandatory to provide reason when transferring non-labor project transactions. Set the default transfer reason that populates automatically when transferring unpaid non-labor project transactions. So you can have multiple reasons and one of them can be defaulted automatically. Once this checkbox is enabled by Workday, then transfer reason is actively being used, and reason that is in use cannot be deleted. Revenue offset for invoice billable transaction, which actually prevents Workday from creating revenue offset installments for transactions where you have already accrued the revenue, and this will simplify your accounting adjustment. So if you already accrued revenue, then it will not create offset revenue for these billable transactions if you select this checkbox. Enable deferred billable project cost accounting. When you enable this, Workday generates operation journals to recognize the cost of non-labor billable projects at the same time you recognize the revenue. So once you enable, this cannot be disabled. So we have to be very careful. Automatically recalculate transactions. Select to have Workday automatically recalculate billable project transactions when there is a change to associated billing schedule rate sheet or contract. And if unchecked, Workday flags transactions for manual review. So whenever you check this, Workday will automatically recalculate billable project transactions. Otherwise, it has to be manually reviewed. And recalculation of transaction with billing status is again when automatic recalculation is on. This setting specifies the billing status, for example, ready to bill, that triggers the recalculation. So whenever we are while reviewing the billable transactions, if you flip the status to ready to bill, it will recalculate the transaction based on billing status. Reset invoice transaction to billing status. So it is setting the default billing status, that is invoice transaction returns to when the invoice is denied, cancelled, or credited. So by default, Workday uses ready to bill. So whenever there is a denied, cancelled, and credited, it will default reset to the billing status. Add separate tabs in transaction grid allows you to switch transaction grid from default tab to single wide grid with all the fields. This offers more consultative view. So if you want to hide separate tabs in the transaction grid, definitely you can adjust the UI with the help of this option. Transaction types for adjustments. So there are multiple transaction types that we saw that can be configured, which will be allowed to modify in mass. Enable custom validation for invoice proposal. By default, this option is checked, which will extend your custom validations or your customer invoice proposals too, along with your invoices to ensure the consistency. So time tab we saw. So you can prevent deletion of time blocks based on billing activity, revenue recognition activity, and project billing activity. So what it means, if time blocks matches the selected billing status, so billing activity, then time blocks cannot be deleted. Revenue recognition status, if revenue has been scheduled or recognized, then time block cannot be deleted. If the project is inactive, if the project end date has passed, and combination of both, if active and date has passed, then block the time block for that project cannot be deleted. And include intercompany billing, which will also extend the deletion block related to intercompany billable transaction cannot be deleted. So this is a prevention configuration. You don't have a lab activity for project billing configuration. So we'll move on to the next topic, which is setup bill to contacts. So setup bill to contacts is nothing but on your customer under the addresses and contacts. You can add your contacts, your customer contacts, right? So you already have contact information, right? You already added phone number and addresses. This is again a part of contact. But then customer contacts is actually separate setup, which is a setup built to contact. So what it means is when you say add, it will also give you first name, last name. So this is basically contact from the customer. So let's say John Ignasis is a name who is actually from customer Chopra Tech, let's say. So we receive the contact that this is the person who will be from Chopra Tech, will be dealing with you in case of any customer interaction needed. So you'll be setting the customer contact name here, first name, last name. Then you'll come here as a contact information, and if you have the phone number of that customer contact, you can add it here. This is the individual contact, not the customer overall contact that we configured in addresses. This is specific to this person. You're configuring the contact details. The phone number, addresses, email is specific to this person that you're giving the details here and configuring it. And you'll say okay. So what you're saying is this person contact details, specific contact details we received for this contact from this customer who will be dealing with, who will be also receiving the customer invoices with whom you'll be dealing with directly for this customer. And when you say here, once you added the contact, you see that primary bill to contact bill to default bill to, these are not no. So what you can do is you can set up bill to contacts. You can go here and edit. Let's add address and let's use accurate postal code, which is valid definite. You cannot use any random postal code in Workday. Workday has a validation in place. So while adding the contact, you can say that it's work contact. It is primary work, useful for your billing, your shipping, based on your need, mailing, and you can have multiple addresses too. All right. So I have added, and then let me see. We added this 11 to effective date as 1/1/2025. Let's add email to @abc.com. Work useful for billing, shipping both. So now contact email ID was important because you need to email invoices, right? So that's where earlier it was not coming. So once you add the email addresses, you can say that this is my primary bill to contact as well as default bill to contact on invoice. You can have multiple contacts for one customer, right? So one of them would be a primary and default too. And you can also mention that this primary bill to contact is for which documents: invoice, contract, statement, dunning letter. Like collection letter is there, customer statement is dunning letter is going out for these customers, right? So you can specify for which document which is going to email to the customer, which contact will be a primary default bill to contact, and accordingly you can say okay. So the bill to contact is very important in order to receive collection, invoice, statement, or dunning letter. So these, based on your setting, along with this bill to contacts, these contacts can also be receiving. So this overall contact and specific bill to contacts can be receiving the email documents. So it is very important to set up bill to contacts for customer. And if you look at the activity, Workday helps you to manage process of emailing the customer documents, right? You can email documents. You need to use default bill to contacts in billing schedule documents, identify primary contact, and then define customer contact for different documents. So if you want to define different contacts for each document, you can do that as well. So you will open the customer profile, you will find the customer, you will open the customer, you will select the addresses contact tab, and under that you will go to contacts and bill to contacts, and all the details that we saw here, you can go through this. And there's an additional setup at a tenant level under edit tenant setup notification tasks, which can be configured a notification delivery settings to trigger email notification automatically. So this is a tenant level setup which has to be enabled in order to trigger emails automatically. So result would be when you generate custom invoice, Workday displays default bill to contacts in bill to contact field of the invoice. So whatever contact John you have given on the customer, and if you're creating a customer invoice for this customer, the bill to contact will get automatically defaulted. I'll show you quickly here how bill to contact will get triggered. If I'm creating customer invoice for this customer, I'll use create customer invoice task. Let's say for GMS USA, let's say existing entity, select, take. Now automatically from customer record, bill to address has defaulted, currency has defaulted, payment terms, payment type has defaulted. And if you come down, bill to contact, if you look at here, is also defaulted. Joining other work tasks also got defaulted on transaction. All right. So this is how bill to contact gets defaulted if you set up on customer record, which is a primary and default as well. So we'll move on to the next topic, which is a connection map. Connection map, what is connection map and functions and its downstream impact, we'll see quickly. Connection map is actually a powerful feature on customer profile, but is used to establish and manage the relationship between customers' different addresses. So one customer can have multiple addresses, right? So in order to manage the relationship between customers' different addresses, we can use this connection map. The primary function is to create formal link between customers' primary bill to billing contact and their various shipping or service delivery locations. So in we have to establish the link between primary billing contact and other ship to locations or service delivery locations. Then you'll be setting this connection map, and you will specify that this bill to contact billing contact will have this ship to contact, right? And hence Workday will can automatically default this ship to contact also. Core function and impact. Configuring the connection map is essential for any business that builds central entity but delivers goods and services to multiple locations. So obviously you have multiple locations to be shipped to, and you have multiple addresses on your customer record. So this connection map is very essential in this scenario where business is billing central entity but delivering multiple goods and services to multiple locations. It is important to in evident that in several downstream processes are involved in this. In order to have accurate tax calculation, we need to have a accurate location, obviously. So connection map is important to drive that factor. Streamlining the complex billing and invoicing. So obviously specific location, address, and contact has to be in place on your invoice billing. And in case of multiple addresses, so that accuracy has to be there, streamlining has to be there, and improving the document accuracy. It is very important that connection map is established. Enabling the accurate tax calculation, what does that mean? So crucial function of connection map is to enable the destination based sales tax. right? So by default, Workday may apply tax based on the bill to customer address. So by default, Workday actually applies tax based on bill to customer address. But if connection map is established, it will allow you to enable destination based sales tax application. So connection map is configured, then it will unlock ship to customer and ship to address fields on your invoice lines. And this will allow you to specify the exact delivery location, prompting to Workday to apply correct tax code for that specific jurisdiction. So once you configure the connection map, ship to customer and ship to address gets enabled on your invoices. And hence, based on your default setup on connection map, it gets auto-populated, or you can also select whichever specific location, ship to location you want to select on invoice, and accordingly, according to that delivery location, the application of correct tax code will be applied on your invoice and accurate tax reporting will be take place. And without that, if the connection map is not configured, then these ship to customer, ship to address fields will not be appearing on invoice and Workday defaults using the tax code from bill to customer, which can lead to a incorrect tax calculation and compliance issues. So this is very important. You establish the connection map setup for accurate tax calculation on an invoice. Streamlining complex billing and invoicing, it will allow you to manage scenarios where single corporate headquarters is billed or services rendered at multiple branch offices and locations. And when creating invoices, user can select appropriate ship to location from the list of established connections, ensuring invoice gets accurately reflects the transaction details. So whenever the corporate headquarter is billed for multiple branch offices locations, you should have an ability to select a specific ship to location so that accurate transaction details will apply on your billing and invoices. So connection map is useful in that sense. Improving document accuracy, so addresses defined in connection map are automatically pulled into your key documents like contracts or invoices. Obviously, accurate address on your invoice or on your contracts improves your accuracy, and it reduces the manual data entry issues and minimizes the risk of sending documents to wrong addresses, ensuring that all parties have clear and accurate record of billing and shipping details. In order to establish this connection map, you need to have this prerequisite and security in place. Customer creation, customer has to be present in your Workday. Then under the address and contact details, customer profile must have the relevant addresses and at least one billing address and one or more shipping addresses has to be there. You cannot connect addresses that have been not entered in the system. So you must have addresses in place already on your customer. You also should have access to customer contacts and customer maintenance setup domains to establish connection map. How will you configure this? So you'll be navigating to your customer profile. You'll search for the customer. You'll edit the customer. So you'll go to related action. You can edit. You can access address and contact. You can go to edit screen also and go to address contact profile group tab. Locate the connection map and you will find that configuring build to contact, ship to contacts connections inside that connection map tab. You will first select the primary build to contact. You will associate the address. This will be the central billing point. And then next, associate one or more ship to business connections with that primary build to contact. You will select from the list of shipping address, which is already entered on your profile. You will save the changes. Once you save, you have linked the build to contacts to all relevant ship to addresses. And that's how you'll establish the connection. So let's see I will set up the connection map. Right now, I have only one address, right? So if you locate the customer on which you want to establish the connection, you will come here, you will go to addresses and contact. You will see here now connection map is there. You have access. That's why you are able to see edit. You'll go here, edit. There is a plus button. So now if you look at for this ship to customer, you are defaulting ship to customer as well. So you are also defaulting ship to address. Since we have only one address, we can select this. Otherwise, you can have multiple addresses and you can specify which default ship to customer and default ship to addresses out of them. And this will help the establishment of connection between your build to and ship to. This way, once it is set up, you can see now that if I try to create a customer invoice earlier, I see a bill to contact here, right? And there is no ship to details under bill to contact section, bill to address section. Now, let me cancel this And let me show you. If I try to create customer invoice now after the establishment of connection map, as soon as I select customer now, you will now see that under bill to address now, you also see ship to customer gets auto defaulted. Ship to address is also getting auto defaulted. So this will be efficiently auto defaulting the accurate ship to customer ship to address in case of multiple addresses locations in place, and accurate tax application also comes in picture here. Otherwise, this ship to address is not coming in earlier. If you don't establish connection map, it will not be available. So accurate tax application, accurate details, and accuracy of your document will be easily managed with the help of connection map. And here also, if you look at the line level, also ship to customer and ship to address is getting auto defaulted. So that's it from connection map point of view, and let's see the activity for connection map. So connection map activity says that you will be going to enable the connection map. You will add or remove ship to customer relationship, establish default ship to customer for customer invoice contact, select optional default ship to customer for each combination of bill to ship to. This will be available only in case you have multiple addresses. Send invoices to single billing customer that includes multiple ship to customers. So how will you do that? You will access that connection map under addresses and contact from your customer profile. You can add, edit, remove, ship to business connection grid, and these are the details. Workday applies your existing segmented security to ship to customer also. In case you are a segmented security in place, the same will be applicable ship to customer as well. And addresses to protect the customer privacy also. So it masks the names and addresses throughout Workday as per your segment. Result is ship to customer connections are now available for use in ship to customer and ship to address fields on your contract and invoices. Otherwise, these fields will not be available on your document if you don't set up the customer connection map. So customer connection map is very important for these scenarios. And we already saw that you can come here to customer, you can go to this connection map, you can add, you can also maintain, you can delete with the help of this row, remove row. You can add multiple connections here and one of them would be default. Okay. That's how the connection map is useful for. Thank you. Customer invoice domain and security policies, business process security policy, and how to create customer invoice. So let me share my screen quickly. So what are domains and BP security policies for customer invoice that we'll be looking into? And we'll also try to create sample customer invoice document. We'll create custom invoice. We'll also see domain security policies as well as business process security policies around customer invoice. So creating customer invoice is a core operational task in contract to cash. So obviously earlier also we talk about what is customer account. So one of the functionality which covers is creation of custom invoice, and it is a critical process, or I'll say a critical task in entire contract to cash process, where this transaction actually formally bills customer for goods or services that you are actually providing to that customer and creates open receivable in your ledger. So in our example, we saw that if you want to implement Workday Finance and customer accounts, or let's say HP company, HP have many products and services, goods or services, right? So for example, they they manufacture laptops. They also provide maintenance services. So you can have such goods and services in your system in Workday, and you can leverage those products or services while creating custom invoice. And if HP is giving or selling laptops to any new startup IT company, then the new startup IT company is their customer. So they'll be setting up that new IT company as a customer, and they'll be creating custom invoice against that IT startup company, and they'll record that as open receivable in the system. So this is a quick example of how custom invoice comes in picture. Workday provides centralized tasks. So it's a central task to create customer invoice. Its task name is create customer invoice, which allows you to generate detailed invoice. So obviously all the details required for creating customer invoice, everything that you can record as a part of create customer invoice tasks. You can create invoices from multiple sources, such as approved customer contracts. So there are multiple ways where we can record customer invoice in Workday. One of the way is like creating ad hoc standalone create customer invoice using create customer invoice task. Another is once you have a customer contract in place, once you approve customer contract, there are billable installments through which you can create customer invoice automatically through contract. A billable project is also one of the functionality through which you will be tagging billable project. There are also ways where you can manage billable project transactions and you can mark those billable transactions as a ready to bill through which you can create customer invoice. That's one more way. And standalone ad hoc is basically where you can use create customer invoice tasks for miscellaneous charges or any ad hoc invoicing. So step by step workflow, basically from Workday search bar, you'll be selecting create customer invoice tasks. Then you'll be giving the header information. So you'll complete the header information like which company, this legal entity you are issuing the invoice from, for which customer who are billing to, what is your invoice date of the invoice, which serves starting point for payment term calculations, and then payment terms based on your contract between your customer and you meaning as a company entity for which you have implemented Workday. The agreed upon terms between customer and you'll be configuring payment terms and you'll be selecting that as net 30 meaning overdue within 30 days, overdue within 90 days, immediately based on payment terms. The due date for the payment would get auto-populate. And the customer contract, if you're creating invoice from specific customer contract, then you must link it here. And it will ensure that invoice is correctly associated with governing agreement that you have created as a part of your customer contract. So you will see in the tenant how it looks like. So it's a header section you will see first, and then you'll see invoice line detail section also where you will see lines or goods and services grid where you enter specific details of your line level details where you'll put the sales item, specific product or service that you are selling to your customer. You'll be selecting through sales item, and then it's a pre-configured sales item catalog where you'll be selecting sales item from what quantity, number of units that you are billing your customer to, that you are going to sell. Unit cost is the price per unit, then memo, any additional details or description that you want to display on your invoice line for your customer. And work tax. Work tax are additional fields that you will be reporting out of that for this customer invoice. And you can apply appropriate work tax, like for example, for which cost center, region, or revenue category gets auto-populated when sales item gets selected. So there are additional such work tags from your reporting point of view. You can implement those work tags at customer invoice level. You can select those customer work tags and then tag it on your invoice line to ensure that accurate transactions and accurate reporting can be done, and also ensure that a revenue from this sale is posted to the correct account. So this is very important point. Based on your work tax like revenue category and other work tax, correct revenue accounts and other dimensions for GL posting purpose, it will be used. So this was about line level. Then you will be reviewing and submitting. Once header and line level details are complete and accurate, you'll click on submit button. It will initiate a customer invoice business process. We'll see that. And if you have approval in place, then it will route that customer invoice through that configured workflow to the approver. Downstream process after the invoice is fully approved. So suppose you submitted that invoice and it has routed to approver. Approver have approved that invoice. Then that actually becomes your open receivable. So you can then perform downstream actions such as printing invoicing, sending that invoice to your customer, applying payments against that invoice, and creating any adjustments if needed. So those are like following activities based on your needs you can perform on that invoice. Before going into the tenant, let's see what all those domain security policies. While you're creating custom invoice, you need to ensure that you have access to domain security policies to access the tasks and reports to create custom invoices and related actions, and business process security policies to configure your workflow for customer invoices. So domain security policy controls access to view and modify data itself on your invoice. So in order to work with your invoices, obviously user have to have a required security group which has required permission, and it has domains like customer accounts. Functional area overall will have domains like customer invoice process, set up customer accounts, and process customer payments. These are key domains. There are some more additional domains, but these are the key domains which manages customer invoice processing. So you need to have access to these domains. Process customer invoice, it's a most critical domain which grants you modify access, where you can configure modify access to allow you to create, edit, and cancel invoices, and grant view access to see invoices but not changing it. So process customer invoice domain is the most important domain which drives your overall customer invoice processing. Set up customer accounts, it's more on a configuration side where whatever underlying configuration setups required for your customer accounts, it drives the access to that setup, and it is important for your creation of invoices. So as an admin, you need to have access to the setup customer account so that you can configure required configurations for customer accounts. Next, process customer payments. Payments, when whoever from AR team who wants to record payments should have access to process customer payments. So while related to payments, access to this domain is often required for billing specialists. So as a billing specialist, you will be applying payments, so you need to have access to this process customer payment domain to see full life cycle of invoice. So one of the example is billing specialist is a security group would have or would need modify access to process customer invoice domain to perform daily activity like creating invoices. Whereas as an auditor, you will not need modify access, you'll have view only access. So as an auditor security group, will only have view only access to see the invoices from a compliance checks point of view. Business process security policies, as we already talked about, what is business process security policies? We understand that it controls your specific actions within the approval workflow, and you actually initiate, approve, or cancel business processes. In this scenario, we are talking about customer invoice business process. So creation and management of invoice is governed by customer invoice event business process, and key secureable actions would be initiate, approve, cancel. Initiate meaning you allow who will be having access to create and submit invoice. Approve, who can approve invoice after it gets submitted. For example, if you can have an approval step in your business process where you can say that if invoices over $10,000 requires manager approval, then you can configure that step such a way that it will route to that specific manager's role. Whoever is user's manager can approve that custom invoice, review it and approve. Invoices for certain customers must be approved by account manager, then that can also be configured as a separate step, which will go for an approval by account manager. So there could be some a number of conditional approval routing that you can configure on your business needs in customer invoice business process event. You can also cancel. So there is also action, secureable action. One of the key secureable action is cancel, where you can allow who can cancel the invoice which has created an error by mistake. A quick example is as an billing clerk would need permission to initiate customer invoice. However, approve section for the invoices over certain threshold would be only restricted to a billing manager. So as a billing manager, you will not be required to create access or creation of initiation of customer invoice, but you should be there in approval section rather than initiate section. And then as an approver, you can properly ensure the billing has been created properly or not. You can oversight and control over the overall business process. So let's see how it will look like in tenant, and we also see is there any activity. So let's see how to create customer invoice as an activity. Prerequisite is customer invoice BP, business process has to be in place, and you should have security policies, and you should be given access to create customer invoice. To route the invoice to a designated approver, you will need to ensure that the approval steps are there in your customer invoice BP. Any specific configurations required to create customer invoices like invoice types, statutory invoice types, gap place invoice number sequences has to be there in system. In case of intercompany, you'll need to have configuration of intercompany profiles, and you need to also have a domain security access. So customer invoice and number city record sales event that we already saw. So as a invoice types configuration, you can access maintain invoice types country. This is where you can, if you have an regulatory statutory requirements where you need to have different kinds of custom invoice types by each country, then you will be accessing this task maintain invoice types by country, where you can configure country-based statutory invoice types, and you should be also having access to setup tax domain in order to configure this. So let's see, are there any invoice types by country? So maintain invoice type by country. So there are two tasks. You should be ensure that which task you're using. Maintain customer invoice types, if you look at, it's standard invoice types where it is not used for statutory reporting. It's a regular invoice type, and you can restrict what type of invoice and what is the default type to any specific set of companies. You can have multiple invoice types here. You can configure. Once it's in used, you cannot delete them, but you can modify the name. Similarly, the another task that we are going to talk about is maintain invoice types by country. Invoice types earlier task is not by country. Types by country is mainly useful for your regulatory invoice types reporting point of view. So what it means is you can give a, let's say, France invoice. You have requirement for France. So they can mention that for France, you need to use this invoice type. You can do multiple types for each country based on your need, and you can just say okay. If you can also say yes invoices, you can do that. So by country, you can configure multiple invoice types. Then one of the important point is the usage here. If you look at, there is a usage tab, whether this type is useful for or applicable for customer invoices, expense reports, or supplier invoices, or all of them. You can select based on your need, and you can also add any additional description here in description field. Then access edit company ID definition. So if, this is mainly from your local regulatory point of view, where there are many Latin countries or any specific countries which have a local regulations reporting requirements where they need to have gapless sequencing. So that is basically optional, but if you need it, you need to configure them as a part of edit company ID definitions. So let's see for any company. So for your company in which suppose you want to create gapless sequencing, so you'll open the company, you will then access related action. You need to have access, full access. Then you will say edit company ID definition. Then you see here gapless document sequencing. You will enable this, and you will configure this rule configurations, and this is a prerequisite so that whatever required configurations for the sequencing gapless sequencing, it is in place already in tenant. So whenever you are creating customer invoice, the gapless sequencing gets auto generated. These are again optional. You need to ensure that edit company accounting details are properly set up. So there is a configuration called allow accounting by approval date. This is again, if you need your accounting to be by approval date, then only you'll go for this option. Otherwise, you will not go for this option. And this prompted to use approval date as an accounting date on your customer invoice and adjustments. And when you want to order document sequence numbers by accounting date, then you will go for this option. So for company, and if you go to company accounting details, edit company accounting details, you will scroll to down here. Allow accounting by approval date is an option where you can select it is applicable for customer invoice, then you can do that. It also allow accounting in areas where you can give display or expose accounting date on your invoice, then you can also do that. So either or you can have edit customer account options. This is again a 10 level options where you can prevent changes to invoice after final print is done. So this is again depending on business needs. You can go for this options and say that prevent changes to invoice after final printing is done. And these are again prerequisites and optional configurations based on business needs. You'll be configuring it. So edit customer options. You can either access that or through related action. Edit customer account options are also there. Prevent changes to invoice after final print. So there are additional setups are also there here. Based on your need, you will be configuring this. Then you will be accessing create customer invoice tasks. So let's see how it goes. And there are these header level details, line level details. So many fields are there. So let's see how it looks. You need to have access. So right now I will proxy as Arjun, who have access to most of the GMS companies as an AI specialist. So as an AI specialist, you will have access to create customer invoice. So I'm ensuring that whoever have access as an AI specialist, I'm proxying them or ensure that I should have access as an AI specialist for the company so that I can create customer invoice. So I will search for create customer invoice task. I'll select this customer invoice task and then I'll select my company. So I will look for GMS USA entity or a company. I will select customer to which I want to build this customer invoice. So I will select Luxembourg technology. So as soon as I selected customer, you might have noticed that some of the key important fields are auto-populated, like invoice date, then invoice type, bill to address, bill to contact, payment terms, currency, tax code. So you remember that while creating customer, we can default these values and it gets auto-populated on invoice. Accordingly, as soon as you select the invoice, sorry, as soon as you selected the customer on invoice, these fields got auto-populated that you can also override if needed. So this is your header section: company, customer, invoice type, payment terms, currency. So invoice date is very important on which it will get accounted. If you're getting any issues on invoice date, it means that period is not open. You should open the period and then try to transact invoice. At a line level, you see invoice lines section is there, and it shows line level company here, sales item here. So you can select sales items. There are pre-configured sales items available in this tenant. Based on your need, you'll be configuring sales items. And then if you select sales item, so let's go for, so here as a sales item, you'll have goods or services. If you look at your laptop bag, it's good. But your consulting is one of the example of services. So based on your client need or based on your need, you can configure these sales items and you can select to build it. All right. So I'll go for maintenance as a service. I can give my line item description, quantity. If needed, I can override. I'll keep it one. Based on the maintenance service charge, let's say $500. Extended amount gets auto-populated. Then scroll to the right. You see that ship to customer, ship to address has been already populated from customer. Tax code is also populated, but tax applicability is not there. So this is part of your tax configuration. You need to ensure it is complete. If not, it will not auto default some of the fields, and then you need to ensure that it is getting populated on your invoice. Now there are no mandatory red asterisk fields here, but it could be the case that there could be some in custom validations which will ensure that you need to have some certain work tax. So at a land level, we have already covered which is required. And you notice that at a header level, there are cost center, division, line of business, market segment, region has been auto-populated from customer. You can also override these, modify this if needed, and then try to ensure that everything looks good. Your net invoice amount is $500. If you have any tax, you can update tax. If you change it, then you see here now it's $20 tax amount has been applied, and now it's 520 invoice amount total. And then if you try to submit here, you get an error here. So it says that GMS requires this customer have a location work tag entered. So this was the example of custom validation I was talking about. So custom validations are very important based on your business need. If certain level of compliances, certain level of the work tags are important for certain scenarios, then you need to ensure that those are implemented either through related work tags, either through custom validations, so that you ensure that there are no data entry errors and it's efficient and accurate data invoices. So here we are ensuring that location has to be tagged on invoice for GMS US entity and customer. So at a header level, location. So I'll just use location Atlanta and try to submit and see if any more errors. If not, it will go through. So if you look at now, there are some alerts, but those are warnings. Okay, channel and employee work tags are missing, but those are optional. So these are alerts, but you can still go ahead and upload. So this is again part of custom validation. On custom validations, you can configure either warning or as an critical error. If it is warning, it will show you as alert and it will still allow you to proceed ahead. If it is critical error, it will not allow you unless you fix that error. Then you can click on view details and see that now this customer invoice has created and it is now in progress with Nova PS as an approval controller. So you can proxy as a controller, say okay, and this is again, if you have access as a proxy, then only you'll be able to have proxy. And go to inbox. Here you look at it, it's setting for Nova to get it approved as a controller. So based on your need, business process can be configured so that it will route for multiple approvals based on multiple scenarios. So Noah will review this. Everything looks good. And he'll say, okay, Otherwise, you can send back also. So let's go ahead and approve. Okay. So once it's approved, view details. As a now also I can see this view invoices. So now invoice status was earlier draft. Now it's after approval, it is approved, and payment status is still unpaid. It is not yet paid. So as soon as you approve, invoice status gets approved and accounting also gets generated. So if you go to related action of this invoice, you'll see now accounting is coming now. Unless it is approved, you will not see this accounting. So you go to this accounting and see that how revenue accounting is generated automatically. So this is the operation journal which Workday have created for this invoice as soon as approval takes place. And if you look at here, AR trade receivable tax payables to revenue has been generated, and right side you'll see revenue category, cost center, and additional work tax are there. So this is how, based on account posting rules, AR revenue rule has been triggered, transaction tax rule has been triggered, even revenue rule has been triggered, and based on the need, ledger accounts have been auto-populated and operation journal is created. So this is how you will create customer invoice. Now let's jump back to our topics. So how to print customer invoice. So obviously you have created customer invoice. Everything looks good. It has gone through approval. All looks good. It's open receivable now. You need to notify your customer. So you can either email it or print it and send it in email. So how to print customer invoice? What are the printing methods and advanced invoice printing in Workday? We'll see that. There are three ways to generate invoices: individually, on ad hoc basis, on demand basis. You can print single document. So three ways to print invoices, I'll say. In batches, you can also process multiple invoices at once, and automatically also you can print it as a part of your workflow. As a part of your business process, you can plug in one step saying that print invoice as soon as gets submitted and approved. So there are three ways where you can print invoices. Individually, you can print. In a batch, multiple invoices can be printed, or it can be automated through workflow. This is how flexible framework is given by Workday to print custom invoices in order to cater your business needs. So single print invoice. So on demand direct printing. So this method is ideal or quick. Wherever you want to print invoice, you can directly go ahead and print it. How it works, you'll navigate to specific invoice, you'll access related action, you'll go to customer invoice, print customer invoice, it will generate PDF for you. The record of this action is automatically logged in printing run section on invoice for your audit trail purpose. So let's see how it goes. So just now we created customer invoice and the customer invoice number has been generated. Okay, let's copy this. Now if you look at as a Nova, if I go here customer invoice, I have very limited options available. That means Nova doesn't have access. So let me go back to Arjun, but who is Arjun, who is AR specialist, who would have access to print invoices. So we'll try to locate that customer invoice. So either you can directly put this number here, try to search, you will say enter, and then you will go to this all categories, and then you'll try to search revenue. You will see customer invoice. You can locate here like this, or else you know that it's a GMS entity, Bloomberg technology, and invoice date. So you can also use find customer invoices for company as a report to locate your customer invoice. So you can give filters company Luxembourg, so Lumberg technology, and then you can also give invoice date on and after. This will drill down to specific set of invoices too. So there are two invoices, and we know that we created 520 amount invoice, which is this. So now as an Arjun, if you look at go to related action customer invoice, I see many options available here. And now if you see here, print customer invoices here. So when you print the customer invoice, it will start kick off the process of printing the invoice behind the scene. And you will need to keep refreshing this unless this percent completely gets 100%. So if you look at now, it has generated the invoice PDF file here, right side down, customer invoice PDF is generated. You can click on this PDF link. It has generated invoice PDF, which you can send it to customer. Now this is a auto delivered Workday GMS template. You can modify, customize this template based on your business needs. You need to have that as a but layout based on your technology that you want to utilize to create this invoice layout. You can modify the format, look and feel, logo, everything that you need, which will send it to your customer based on your customer details, and you'll ensure that it is following the required format. and customized format. And then you can download this and send it in email. If you don't want to send email manually, then there is option of emailing customer invoice. So if you click on this button, email customer invoice, you need to, before hitting this email, you need to ensure that the email ID is configured on your customer, so that from email contact it will send the PDF of invoice automatically. So if you click on this and say okay, if you look at here now, current recipients are Milton and Peter, who are actually configured as a part of your customer record, and their email IDs have been configured on this customer. So once you initiate this email and customer contacts have been configured, then they will get PDF file and they'll get notified as a customer invoice PDF. So I'll not do that here. So this was individual customer invoice printing, where you can go to related action, print the customer invoice and generate the PDF generation. Batch processing, obviously when you want to efficiently process multiple invoices, you want to print multiple invoices, then you will not go for each and every invoice level. You look for batch process. So this method is to print multiple number of invoices in one go. So how will you do it? There is a task called print customer invoices. You will search it in search bar, apply filters for which you want to print the invoices. You'll go for either you can go by customer, by date range, status, invoice, and then Workday processes selected invoice as a single batch and print the invoices. So let's see how it goes. So we'll search for print customer invoice. Print customer invoices. I'll select GMS USA invoice status to ensure that only approved invoices are getting printed. I can go and see. I'll go for same customer for sample purpose. There are multiple other criteria based on which you can drill down, and then you can also includes invoices which are already printed. You can also print invoices ready for final print or none of them if you don't want to reprint. Since we already print, then there are two invoices. So let's see it gets picked up again or not. So now if you look at for GMS USA, for the Lallenberg, there are now 8 invoices. Okay, so someone might have added it. So there are 8 invoices, out of which one you want to print, you can go ahead and print. So let me pick up this, the new invoice. You can pick up multiple also. So as soon as you hit OK, it will again start batch processing or printing multiple invoices in one batch itself. So if you look at here, there is a printing has been approved. It's still processing. So you need to keep on refresh, and now it's 100% printed. So there are some issues in batch processing here. It got aborted, but ultimately it will get fully printed, and you will also get PDFs generated in one go. All right. This is how you'll print it, and you'll get the invoices PDFs in one go. All right. So let's move on. How to integrate or automated print. For maximum efficiency, obviously, if you have many invoices per day and you don't want to print it even through batch, ideal way is like you'll print that invoice as soon as it gets submitted and approved. So you can automate printing process without any manual intervention. How will you do that? You will go to custom invoice BP. You will add a print and email custom invoice step. Place this step to trigger after the invoice is approved, and it will be a touchless approach to the, so that once the invoice is finalized, it will get automatically printed, and it will reduce the overall manual efforts and delays. All right. So let's see BP. So there is a shortcut BP colon and then BP name. Okay, as Arjun, you don't have access, so let's stop proxy. You need to have access then BP admin, where you can see and also manage BP. So shortcut is BP colon and customer invoice. So if you look at here, customer invoice, one default definition is there. So this is the workflow customer business process. If you look at here, there are 2 approvals in place. Step B has AR specialist approval, and step C has accounting manager approval. The specify condition, there are no conditions have been added here, but based on need basis, you can say that if any specific threshold is over, it will go for accounting manager, otherwise it will not go. So multiple ways to configure business process flow, and you can put the if condition also. On conditional basis it will route, otherwise it will not. So here we right now we don't have any print step, right? So what you can do, you can ensure that you have full access to this. You can edit this definition as of 11.8, and then you can come down, you can add plus button. Now you need to ensure that your last step is there and the order wise your last step should be placed at last. So there are already A, B, C. Then I'll ensure that my order is D, which will get placed at the end. And then I will also from this will select service and I will go and say print customer invoice service. So this is not approval step. It is basically printing step. So you will not see any approvers to be selected. Now, since this is my last step, I can mark this as complete at the end. So if you say OK, you'll get an view that how it will look like. I can also go ahead and say that this is my set as completion. This is my last step. Now what will happen is whenever I'm submitting and approving the invoice, after the accounting manager approval is in place, automatically Workday will trigger printing of invoice and you will see that invoices gets auto printed, and once it's auto printed you will see that the printing runs have been generated for that invoice and those printed invoices can be accessible. So let me show you as an urgent, but once the invoice gets printed you will see if you go back to invoice there is a printing runs tab at the scroll down here. Printing runs tab is here, so it will show you how many times this was printed. You can print it n number of times. Whenever you have revisions you'll revise it, you will print it. You'll add this invoice, you'll print it. That's how audit trail you will see it in printing runs. All right. So there are additional features which are available as a part of print customer invoices that we're talking about here. Now, to begin, definitely you will be using print customer invoice tasks that we already saw, where if you have many invoices to print in one go, you'll go for this batch printing process. It will display only 20,000 most recent invoices for printing. You can filter down that we saw. We selected company and customer and invoice status. There is one important feature that we can leverage is grouping invoices for efficiency purpose. So if you want to consolidate multiple invoices into a single file, then you can go for this option. So Workday allow you to group multiple invoices into single PDF. So obviously if you are printing let's say hundreds of invoices and you don't, and for the same customer let's say there are 10-15 invoices, obviously it will not be feasible to go for 10-15 PDFs for the same email for the same customer. It will be more streamlined where we can have one PDF file, combine all those 10-15 invoices under one PDF. So you can group multiple invoices into one PDF with the help of this feature. You can consolidate invoices into one file. How to group? You'll select this group invoices checkbox. And important condition is this only includes invoices that have delivery method of regular email or undefined delivery types. So in case you want to go for a regular mail, not email, it's a regular mail or undefined delivery type, where you will be managing it offline through manual emails. For that purpose, you can group the invoices checkbox. So I'll show you again that task. We already discussed this, but we'll just see which task we're talking about. So if you look at here, group invoices, so this was already auto checked. Okay. So what does that mean is it will group invoices, consolidate under one. There is also combine invoices and their attachments also, including attachments in batch prints. So we can include relevant attachments also. Like for example, on your customer invoice, you can attach invoice or any attachment supporting documents on your invoice, right? So those are your attachments. You can also include those attachments directly in the PDF with the help of this including attachments. So you'll select this include attachments for group invoices checkbox and it will include the attachments in the PDF also. And this option is available only for defined standard delivery only. There is a limitation, file size limitation. If a group PDF attachment exceeds 500 MB, then it automatically split into multiple PDFs. And if single invoice attachments exceeds the attachment itself is more than 500 MB, then that specific invoice has to be excluded from your final printed invoice. So and then finalizing the print and email invoice. So you can generate an PDF and send it to customers. Obviously, the way that you want to print the invoice, you'll go for it, print it, and once invoices are selected, generate the documents, you can email them directly. You can choose the invoices you want to print eligible for email, then you'll generate the PDF. You can also click on email customer invoice tab button that we saw, and it will print an email automatically up to 10,000 invoices at a time. So around Attachments, again, like group invoices, we have include attachments for group invoices last checkbox. You can also do that, and then you can have attachments in your PDF also. So that's it more on how you can print invoices based on your need, whether you can print single invoice at a time, you can batch, print multiple invoices, you can leverage those features, combining attachments or combining invoice PDFs, multiple invoices into one, or you can also automate through BP step. So lab activity talks about how we can create customer invoices. Let's see, is there any activity on print and email? So we already saw how to print an email. So as a lab activity, the prerequisite for printing invoices is basically invoice layout rule. So this is a prerequisite where you will be configuring the layout based on your entity needs. And we already saw currently this layout rule is pre-configured for GMS layer invoice layout template. And hence we saw GMS invoice layout after printed. It was showing on a PDF. That's how the layout rule will actually drive the invoice PDF version. You will use this access. You'll leverage these features. So there's one more way where you can schedule and print the invoices. So print customer invoices, it's a one-time printing that you are using for printing multiple invoices, right? But suppose you want to print it on a daily basis, weekly basis, then you can also leverage this schedule print invoice task where you can print as well as email on a scheduled basis. We'll see that. And there are some reports, find customer prints, invoice printing report, and view print run group that you can play around and see. So let's see quickly the invoice layout. So this is again admin task. So let's stop proxy. So customer invoice layout rule. So view customer invoice layout rule, and you can also edit them or you can configure them based on your need. And these are by entities. So GMS USA has this layout rule. So if you look at here, it says that it will use this company invoice type standard. Delivered business form layouts are there, which Workday provides you for charge and printing. And based on multiple invoice types, customers, multiple form layouts have been given, and customer invoice layouts default project specific service subscription. Based on this, form layouts have been configured differently, and then customer invoice printing form is majorly used here, which will get picked up based on invoice type. So this rule is important where it will drive which layout to be picked up while printing the customer invoice. Otherwise, it will pick up the default one. And as we discussed, this layout can be customized. This can be created based on your business needs and configure it here so that custom business form layout can be selected here and printed based on your business needs. And this can be edited using edit option. So schedule print is again important task where you can schedule printing of invoices based on your frequency need. You can run it now. It will be one time run, but daily recurrence, weekly recurrence, monthly recurrence, dependency, custom recurrence are options available. You can configure it accordingly. If you select daily recurrence and say okay, then you need to give a request name here. Let's say daily printing, and you'll say for which company you want to print and for which statuses, for which dates, which customer. Do you need to kick off auto start email also? It will auto start. You want to include already printed or not? You want to leverage this group invoices and include attachment features or not? And then schedule will give you ability to configure what schedule at what time it will start. You can say 8 a.m. in the morning, and this is Pacific time. You will say I need to configure it from December 1st onwards till December 2026. Let's say so for 1 year you want to daily print this, and at this 8 a.m. it will auto schedule print it, email it also. Since this is daily recurrence, it will run daily. If it is weekly, you can go weekly. So based on your need, you can configure this. From a customer invoice print point of view, there are some reports. Customer invoice printing report. It will give you details about your print runs. So what the invoices have been printed in last 7 days. You can see details. It will give you details about printed invoices, and there are find customer invoice print runs. Again, it will give you print details. View customer invoice print run group. It will give you print run group details. So this has covered printing customer invoice. So let's move on to next topic, customer invoice layout rules. So let's have a deep dive customer invoice layout rules. We already saw how it looks like and how we can edit this. So let's see how we can customize invoice appearance in Workday. What is customer invoice layout rule? Rule is actually a crucial configuration in Workday which actually determines how customer invoice will look, visual appearance, and what all contents of this customer invoice. Function is it links your invoice data to a specific design template. Core component is it's primarily pointing to a business form layout which defines structure of your invoice PDF. Technology primarily it actually BERT layout, which is business intelligence and reporting tool given by Workday, which gives you an ability to design and develop your BERT templates. One of the use cases is invoice template, and it's a powerful open source reporting tool given by Workday, where you can define, design, and develop your template based on your customer needs. So we already saw how we can access it. So in order to customize it, first of all, we need to find the rule. So we can say we can access view customer invoice layout rule task, and then you can also see the configuration details. Once you select a specific company which rule has been configured, you select that and see the details. Important details is which form layout. So that labeled business form layout is actually driving your visual appearance of your invoice, and it will contain the name of the report template also, which will generate the PDF. From rule to report, so let's see. You use this view customer invoice layout rule and GMS USA rule. You click on this business form layouts. Let's say this one. You will see on this business form layout there's a report design customer invoice. Okay, you'll also see a token name which is company logo, so you can also dynamically get the company logo. So through business form layout you attach a report which drives the data from customer, which fetches the customer invoice data from Workday and feeds into a business form layout through but template and displays on the template. So in order to modify the layout, you need to first identify layout. So customer invoice layout rule will help you to find out which business form layout you can leverage. You can go to the report, as you can open that business form layout and go to that report. From there, click on report that is linked to it, and then this report is gathering the data which is displayed on your invoice. Analyze that report data, so you can run that report for a sample invoice to see what fields are been pulling in that report and what changes you want to make in that report. You will also need to trace it back to its source field in a workday based on your need. Then you'll check the layout. So if you have access to BERT layout, BERT through Studio, you will access the BERT template, and you will also check the layout. So if data is not visible in the report output, but it is on the final PDF, it is likely hard coded directly on BERT template. So there are some dynamic data available on template, and there are some hard coded labels and hard coded fields values which can be hard coded based on your need on directly on a template. So wherever you want to make changes, either you modify report to add and modify fields to pull in additional data, you can also modify hard coded values on your template. So two primary scenarios for editing. One is the data in the report and data which is hard coded on your BERT layout. So these are the two scenarios where you can customize your invoice templates or visual appearance. Scenario one is basically when you want to modify data coming in the report. If the information you want to change is coming from a calculated field or any specific data source in report, you need to edit the report. Obviously, if additional fields, let's say payment terms or any payment details that you want to print it on in your layout, which is currently not available, you need to ensure that that field is getting added in your report so that it is available in your report, and then it can be bring on your template. It will also involve changes with the data fields which are pulled and modify the logic in a calculated field if it is a changes in your calculated field. Second scenario is some of the values are hard coded BERT layouts and you want to make changes. So information is static and hard coded on template itself. So you need to download that BERT layout file obviously, and through BERT design tool, which is Eclipse actually a designer tool, you'll open that, edit the template, make your changes, save the file, upload that new version back to your Workday, and it will obviously need some technical expertise in order to manage how to modify this BERT design tool template also. So we don't have BERT layout tool as such here, but we'll just show you the lab activity. So there is no specific lab activity here, but ultimately what it means, I'll just show you in the tenant. You open through rule, you identified a business form layout. Through business form layout, you come back and see that which report has been used here. So report definition is here. You can, if you have access to access this report definition from here, you can directly do. Otherwise, you can run that report and see how it looks. So for this form layout, customer invoice report is this. So let's see the report definition. So a report definition, you can either search by RD colon and open the report definition. Basically, you are trying to see what all fields are available in this report which is used in your invoice printing layout. And if you want to modify, you need to go through form, business form layout, which is part of your layout rule. Locate this report, see that now it is bringing in your company data, your invoice document data. Now there are additional fields which are not there, but you want to print it on your layout. Then you need to modify this report and add those fields from either header or line and pull that field on your BERT template through BERT layout and then update that template file, upload it on a Workday, test it and ensure that that field is visible and giving you accurate data. That's how you will modify template, you will modify report and test your invoice. So this was all about how will you edit the layout rule, locate the report, modify a report if needed, modify template, BERT template, and print the invoice and verify. Next topic is topic 4, which is configuring email for invoices and attachments. We already saw through print customer invoices an ability to email customer invoices immediately once you print the invoice, right? So it's part of that email customer invoices. So let's see in detail how you can email your invoices automatically. Workday enables you to email invoices directly to your customer, including attachments. There are email configurations and attachments also. So email configuration will enable you to send emails from Workday automatically to send your invoices. So you must configure customer invoice business process to include an email step. So likewise, we had added a print step. We also can add print and email customer invoice step as an action. So after the approval of invoice, it will print and email invoice automatically as a part of your BP workflow. It is also necessary to ensure the contacts are set up already in your system. So customer contacts with the primary email address has to be there in your customer record in order to leverage this email feature. Attachments. Attachments can be added to your invoices and can be included in your emails as well, which can be sent to your customers. And this can be done through related action menu of your invoice record by adding attachments. So if you want to attach additional attachments as a supporting document on your invoice, you can attach documents. And when configuring the email notification through a business process, you can also specify that any attachments which are part of your invoice should be included. So it will ensure that the attachments are also getting integrated when invoices are getting created. You can also add attachments while creating invoices through integration. So that is again through integration also you can add attachments. From invoice creation to customer inbox, so how it will look like. Workday allows you to automate invoices of emailing the customer invoices either individually or in bulk, associating the attachments and directly after they are created and uploaded. So the seamless process will look like this. You'll enable the emailing configuration in your tenant. You'll enable the attachments for email and you'll configure the rules for automatic sending of email also. So at a tenant level, we have actually set up server email servers optional setup and enable immediate email and attachment setup. We must enable those features at a tenant level so that it will send emails through your SMTP servers. If it is not enabled, it will record it, but it will not send it actually. So first you need to set up the mail servers and second you need to set up or enable immediate email and attachments. Set up mail servers. If you want to send email notifications from customer email addresses to customer email address actually, you must configure customer SMTP server. So yeah, so you want to send as in like from custom address, sorry, my bad. Custom email address, whenever it gets sent to your customer, they will see from email address is this. So as a custom email address, you must configure customer SMTP server, and it can be done as a part of your setup mail servers for email notification tasks. It's a tenant level setup, one-time setup. Second configuration is enabling immediate email attachments. It's edit tenant setup notification is a task through which for custom BP notifications, set the default notification channel to immediate email. So immediately email can be sent. And there is again a separate setup, edit tenant setup system task. You can check the checkbox for allowing the attachments within the email. This is the tenant level setup we'll see. From a workflow notifications point of view, what all things we need to configure. The core configuration within BP is like you'll go to customer invoice BP, and you can also configure specific notifications which can be sent to customers. So these are all workflow level notifications. So if you want to notify customers or even within your organizations, a specialist or any other managers, you can notify them with the help of your BP notifications. Email servers, step two, email servers, if not already done, it has to be there actually. It will ensure that the customer email address is used in your notification. Managing attachments in consolidated invoice. For consolidated invoices, you have a granular control over how attachments are handled. So what it means is you can access consolidated invoice email BP and configure based on your needs. So attachments links to customer invoices. So whichever attachments which are on your customer invoices, Workday email those attachments associated with your individual invoice in the email itself. So you can choose one of these following options in your BP itself. PDFs for individual customer invoices. Obviously, you print the invoice with the help of your layout. So in addition to the main consolidated invoice PDF, Workday also attaches a separate PDF for individual invoices. So if you are consolidating multiple invoices in one PDF, you can also have an options which will also separately attach a separate individual invoice PDF also. And PDF for printing business process notifications, as I said, at a BP level, either at a customer invoice as well as consolidated invoice email, you can have a BP level notifications which will send Workday invoice as a PDF file. What are the document delivery rules? So you can route invoice specific to contacts based on rules. So by default, Workday sends email to primary contact your customer profile. So whoever is the primary contact on your customer record, by default Workday sends email. But not necessarily only that, you can route it advanced based on your needs. You can use document delivery types and rules. How? You will define document delivery types, you will define document delivery rules, and you will also define multiple billing contacts which will get routed to also if needed. So maintain document delivery types. This is an option where you can use this task to create delivery methods, different delivery methods. And for delivery type associated with the integration, you can set the document types to customer invoice. So what type of delivery document type it is, you can define here. It's again optional, not necessary, mandatory. You can define your document delivery rules. You'll create the rules to map which delivery type you to a desired integration system through electronic invoicing. So in order to integrate automatically, you can create integration systems, you can create document delivery type, and you can associate them with these rules. And you can specify external tax code list for integration if needed. You can also configure billing contacts. We already covered this part while during our customer setup where you can set up specific billing contacts. You can have multiple billing contacts and assign them to receive invoice documents over at the default primary contact on billing configuration of billing contacts. So let's see these setup levels. Setup mail server email notification. This is again an admin task. We'll go for edit tenant setup notifications. Here if you look at this SMTP setup is already done. SMTP server is there and this is the GMS tenants or GMS worker details are there. You can define this, you can enable it if it is this is disabled, but in production in non-prod environments it has to be disabled, otherwise unnecessary notification will go out. But in production you will be having enabled it and it will redirect to a specific group mail also. You can have also based on your need whether you want to notify, you can specify these rules. Likewise here it says if mobile push I want to immediately send this notification. These are delivered rules. You can also leverage them for any specific notifications. You can override the parent notification and create your own rule. But this is one-time activity where you can set up the notification And before coming here, you'll set up the SMTP server configuration. So setup servers, setup notification, edit tenant, setup notification, edit tenant system is there. So this is again an additional setup. It's a one-time setup where you you can give your details. So what time zones that you can notify. You can attach the attachments. So allow attachments within email has to be enabled here so that it will allow you to attach the attachments within the email. This is a tenant level one-time setup. Then on a BP level workflow, on a customer invoice BP, you can configure the notifications. So how it will look like is you'll open BP, customer invoice default BP. And if you look at your notifications are there, which you can maintain. So you can maintain custom notifications. So here what it says is initiator will get notified once just it's completed, and subject line is this. You'll preview this and say how it will look like. It has a subject like this, nothing else. Business process is completed. That's it. But this can be customized. Okay, maintain custom notifications. Say okay, and you will say disable them. And if you want to add your own custom notifications, then you'll go here, related action, business process, and you will say add notification. You'll say okay, and here now based on your need, you can configure which template to use, on what enter exit or status basis you want to trigger this email, who will be the recipients. You can select the specific setup security groups, specific email IDs can be given here, specific recipients can be given here based on fields available here as a approver, as a managers. You can override the email settings if needed. A reply to email address can be defaulted. What is your email subject and what is your email body? You can give here in the text. So this is overall email template that you're defining it here, and who will be receiving this on what condition. There are additional condition rules can be configured here, can be accessed here, and based on those conditions and enter exit criteria, you are ensuring that the notification will get triggered as a part of this BP. So that's how any BP in Workday, if it allows you to add notifications, you can configure as your custom notification. So even there is actually a customer invoice email notification is also there. So customer invoice email BP is also there. Customer invoice email. So customer invoice only talks about invoice and the notification based on invoice. Customer invoice email event is actually when you are saying that invoice can be emailed on your customer document delivery. You can say that the email auto email is there. Then this customer invoice email event BP can also be leveraged. Whenever you are sending email, customer invoice email, this BP will get triggered, and you can also route through an approval. And on this BP also you can configure the template. And now here if you look at it, it's already configured, and it says that customer contacts. So what it means is this notification will go to customer contacts from the invoices, and the invoices to be emailed, they are actually attaching. They are attaching the PDF for the printing run. So whatever invoices are getting printed, the PDF of that invoice will get attached to this email, and this will be the subject, this will be the body, and recipients are our customers. So automatically, whenever you are sending email, this email notification will get triggered to customer contacts. So this was customer invoice email event. Similarly, for consolidated email also, we have, so we have a customer invoice event and customer invoice email event. There are two BPs that can be leveraged for your notifications. For customers notifications, obviously you want to send emails, so you'll leverage customer invoice email event BP. All right, so we'll talk about this maintain delivery documents. So maintain document delivery types. So email and mail. Email is auto email. Mail is you will print it and manually send. These are again Workday delivered, but you can configure additional delivery types. Delivery rules, maintain document delivery rules. There are no rules, but you can also have for specific set of type, company type. You can trigger any integration systems and say that it will trigger that invoice system integration systems for that document delivery type. For example, e-invoicing or external tax code list. So next is billing contacts we already saw. And I think consolidated invoice email, we need to see if it is a valid one, but customer invoice email is obviously is there. So maybe it's a typo on slide. So consider that as a customer invoice email event rather than consolidated email. So that's it on printing and emailing invoice.